OK， 回来了吗？回来了吗？各位，你们有回来了吗？你试试，正常了。那果然就是 OBS 的关系。
You're back. Of course you are.
我
Because
靠，
this
成就
place
狂
is
刷，
the origin.
成就直接洗我脸。可以玩2000点的，2000先等等，2000点又是怎样？哎呦！欢迎欢迎欢迎喵喵喵喵哦！来，咱这边。你金毛鞋冲线。你们现在这个样子是想要搞多少？是不是？不可能啊！我没有在给你们叠加的、啊，所以你们这种叠加的方式，我是不可能给你们过的，不可能，无可能的代志，无可能。我可能是这款想法是卖有啊，哦，甲伊收起来，赞。啥嘞？无可能，无可能！恁食屎屎！哎呦，啊，对吼，还有头香，啊，拄则个头香互喵喵喵啊！无，我直接打一个斜线，甲伊拍伫后壁，安尼敢会用钱？敢会用钱？敢会使？我是拄则 OBS 有问题，我重开安尼。系啊，会变甲安尼。那有个音乐无所会使甲迄台语啊，肯做伙啦，所以袂要紧哦，袂要紧。无代志。小意思，只不过恁即马用全部物件都家己换起来，我有淡薄仔无法度好好用呀。我感觉你恁甲我陷害呢，恁啊！这到底是创避邪棒？头一下就咧讲创是好佳在我想着白台字会使讲，白字会使讲，夭寿过。毋是啊，伫咧升这个游戏是讲英文。哦 ，OK， 加好友无问题。毋过，我讲台语啊，因游戏内底讲英文，你应该袂认真。
First locked up in a suitcase, then a foundation cell, now this!
哎呀，可怜啊！
Oh, what else could it be if Vertin weren't the jinx? Lads, I know what's going on! You got the wrong person! She is the most irrational number here!
哈哈哈哈哈！又惨2惨。
I'm knocked. What does it say here? Freedom will be granted once the proof is completed. That's to say, I have to prove myself not an irrational number to get out of here.
你也是卖木吧
Which is exactly what I've been trying to do, isn't it? Rat.
？Oh my god！ 不会听哦。
Captain, maybe you're in the wrong direction. This apple presumes that the followers on this island have a close connection with Pythagoreanism.
Pythagoras? That ancient Greek mathematician? The guy who said something about the opposite side of a right triangle? Isn't he the guy who lives in sometime BC?
Maths is only a part of the Pythagoreans' achievement. But from a more universal perspective, they are a mysterious group of scholars. Believing things are made up of numbers, venerating integer numbers, abstaining from beans, and the religious collective lifestyle. These are all pointing to Pythagoreanism.
完了，毕达哥拉斯学派我没什么印象，虽然好像有听过这个名字，真是。
The earliest Pythagorean school perished because of the discovery of irrational numbers, which explains their odium of it. At that time, a deviant student named Hippasus discovered root 2, and the theory
反正各位只要记住了，就是这些名字就是我们现在的仇人，就是有了他们去发现这个东西，我们的数学才会变得如此之艰难啊，各位。好，因为这个西帕索斯的门徒发现了根号2。我天啊，还被丢进海里啊！好吧，他被复仇了，但是他这根号2的理论还是被人们发现了，还是被使用了。不要跟你提数学，不行啊！现在像我们是进入了营业模式的时候，那这样子的话，还是既然在游戏当中讲到数学，那么我还是要稍微简单的再讲一下数学。
Besides, they are convinced that a numerical code is hidden in everything and everyone.
虽然我不喜
Whoever
欢
can
数学，
solve the code can obtain the truth of the world.
数学什么的对我来说实在是太困难了。
All right. Now I know what's going on. This pirate has had enough of this moral standard, which is obviously prudish, backward, and lacks humanitarian spirit.
缺乏人道主义精神的评价体系，确实的，这感觉到他们这样子分那个整数、分数，然后那个质数、无理数，确实是就是把人的分类啊，这就是跟那种什么不分那个肤色人权啊，或者是有些游戏里面会有那个什么发色人权，那一模一样啊，就是把人划分类这样子哦。
I'm going to tackle the root cause of this misfortune. I'm breaking out.
要越狱了，越狱风云。
Why am I not surprised? The captain quickly gives the sufficient and prerequisite condition to prove herself an irrational number.
迅速发现证明自己是物理数必要的条件。
This apple may be able to offer some help.
哦，这我想应该就是那个鸟的那个动静吧。按照那个时间走的话，应该是不会停那
What's
边的。
happening? An earthquake?
在会议直接说话。
All Abraxases are flying in the same direction. Is this their habit, or...?
Ah! The roof is about to collapse.
我靠，这灰尘。
So far, this place has made the London Juvenile Detention Centre a heaven on earth. 刚刚坍塌一丝阴冷的雾气在洞穴中蔓延开来，我还以为那个门会稍微有个破损之类的，结果没有吗？哇，被骗了，难过。
Oh, is there a piece of paper?
Huh?
Did one of the Abraxases drop this?
Strange.
等等，地上的东西不要捡啊！
The unsolvable puzzle. Is this a math problem?
不是你怎么就捡起来了？捡起来就算了，怎么还是圈叉的数学题？应该不会叫我们的玩家解吧？对吧
0.4, 0.7, 1, 1.6, 2.8, 5.2, 10, and 19.6. 8 numbers in total are listed in this order.
不是，我连这下面的符
There are 8 symbols below, respectively representing the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus. Maybe it is a hint that we should fill the symbols in the blank box
Oh
after the
my
numbers.
gosh.
That sign says to complete the proof. Does it mean to solve this puzzle?
这个我可不负责营业啊。
Ha! How unsolvable can it be? Clearly, each of these 8 numbers should represent one planet. We can easily find the missing planet by trying
而
them
且
one
还
by
不
one.
晓得那上面的数字是对应着什么的。对，不是，接下来唱歌模式这个要怎么唱啊？
And our Mr. Apple here is the king of the Times crossword.
能不能开始唱那个金星水星母星土星水星火星
I think there is a difference between this and a crossword. In this apple's humble opinion, the ratio of certain numbers should match this number sequence, such as the radius, volume, or rotation period.
我也觉得，我刚刚甚至在想说，会不会是那个什么某一个气体的分布量啊之类的。
Wouldn't the sun be
但是有
absurdly
点好
large if these numbers stand for their sizes?
个什么猴子叫声？
Hey! The underground critters are back. Go away! Don't touch my notes. It's not your food.
哦，是魔晶哦，我也想懂了，有猴子，救命！猴子呀！哦，换个队伍啊！那开个出来好吧
Someone's sword hath not rusted yet.
I'm here for a worn tooth.
Take thy sword, duel with someone fair and square.
好，然后我们自动打哦，
Whose heart is beating
大
so
家喝一
loud?
口水，先回。
Fight for the unarmed.
Radio waves are everywhere. Everywhere. Hey, I'm the supporter.
Merci.
Wait.
The sword is drawn.
那刚刚给我那个贴图是什么的贴图？
Brave.
Wait.
Fight for the
应该是我
unarmed.
知道上面写什么的东西。
Sprinkle.
Merci.
I hear something.
换了我的润
His
喉的东
trumpets
西没有。
sound. The judgment day has come.
Oh?
Fight for the unarmed.
The serious heart is beating so loud. Say hello.
Considering someone's physical condition, The investiture can be.
Hold on, please, Captain. Seems like the critters are trying to tell us something.
难不成他们知道答案？
They are pointing at the sign of the sun.
太神啦！连这边的墨镜都会数学，我的天！
Is that so? Even the critters on this island know math.
Amazing.
The sun. What if the sun is just here to serve as a reference point? I read an IAU's report in the Times 2 years ago. You know, Earth's average distance to the sun is approximately 93 million miles. As for Mercury, the average distance is 36 million, and Venus 67 billion miles.
Oh.
Let's say if we take the distance between Earth and the Sun as one astronomical unit, then the distance between the Sun and Mercury would be approximately 0.4 unit. There you go. These numbers are the ratio of their average distance to the Sun to the Earth-Sun distance.
Oh. 他竟然还记得那时候随意听的东西。
The average distance from Mars to the Sun is about 142 million miles. Jupiter about 484 million miles. Saturn 886 million miles, and Uranus 1.786 billion miles. By rough calculation, and if we round the results to one decimal place, Mars would be 1.6 unit, Jupiter 5.2 unit, Saturn 10 unit, and Uranus 19.6 unit. That's weird. All these numbers one can hardly remember have become so clear in my mind.
真的好怪啊，怎么会记得这些？
But if these numbers stand for the ratio of distance, what's the planet for 2.8? There's no planet between Mars and Jupiter.
If the Sun is the reference, we will have one planet missing here. Is it really a puzzle unsolvable?
Aha! Nothing is unsolvable. You are looking at the solution. There must be one planet out there, unknown to us as of yet, located between Mars and Jupiter.
吼吼，这边是要垮了吧？
What now?
形体真的是女主角哎，她这里的这边的配超多她的 CG。这个是哈。
What is this? A celestial body, which I have never seen before.
Captain, this apple has an impression on this. There is indeed a star between Mars and Jupiter. It is called the Ceres, discovered by Piazzi Giuseppe, an Italian priest in 1801.
不是，我们只是想说，在这两个星球之间应该还有一颗星系，然后古神心里他妈的直接给我蹦答出来是怎样？我在玩 Warframe 吗？
Ceres.
不是，怎么会有人想木？它不是星啊！
Did we just validate its existence? Is the universe truly arranged according to this sequence? Could this be the ultimate key of everything?
这个他妈，你给我重背那个 Warframe 的地图哦！
Regulus. Regulus.
哎呦我的天！原来是星体被撞晕吗？
What are you doing? Good food poisoning after accidentally eating one of those critters?
Odd. My head hurts. What was that?
被砸晕了吗？
I'll make it short. Castaneta is in detention. They're planning to sentence her to death by giving her the poisoned wine.
这个耳朵是真的还是假的？应该是假的吧，应该是帽子吧。其实我不是很确定。
Hey, what?
我靠，这只是在会议那个喊了一句那个攻击性的魔法，然后就要被上刑了。
As you can see, this school on the island lives in a box made by the truth. Even if they have a donut in their hands when they are hungry, they still see a topological space. Like the cute ring attached to an initiation toy. It's not food anyways. But if you give them a puzzle, they will enjoy it like the best Kaiserschmarrn. Oh, my apologies. I was not talking about the one you are holding.
可是怎么会有人有对他们来说谜题才是典型？
No. With all due respect, that thing in your hand is pretty old. The mold on it seems to come from the 18th century, judging from the smell. I'm sure you know it will make you sick if eaten. But we have to admit, it is not just ordinary mold. It reminds us of the story in which, once, a merchant's son looked up at the night sky and found the answer to the stars for us. The young man firmly believed that the movement of the stars and the sun follows certain laws, just like how the delicate gears in a watch work together. And his point was even proven correct by Zeus's grandfather, when another gentleman observed the sky through the reflecting telescope he took great pains to make. What was it called? 19.6. The 8th number in the sequence, the 7th planet in the solar system, and the legendary God of the Sky. If the world was not created by God, are there any theories we can use to explain such a beautiful law? Yes, the one that says it never actually exists. Anyone can see the breach in this number sequence. That is the planet, which is supposed to be the 5th number in the sequence. I mean, how come we have never seen it before, if it does exist? Either God is wrong, or we've been blind all this time. What do you think? Yes, such a planet definitely exists, and as expected, it was discovered in the end. Yes, that's the Ceres. It only took that great mathematician an hour to find its orbit through calculation. Oh, what great astronomy! What great mathematics! What great creation! It was a beautiful dream, but it was still ended, eventually, by another discovery. The 8th planet. Not the Ceres, nor the Uranus, but a new planet. People found it through more precise astronomical data and calculation, proving that the number sequence found by the merchant's son was only a myth. Now we are clear of what we've been talking about. It's an unsolvable puzzle. It makes no sense from the very beginning. We found the Ceres because it happened to be there. It is real, and no one can deny its existence. In other words, we can perfectly prove the rationality of mathematics because we invented it. It's been a good dream, I suppose. Now, imagine that you are walking alone in the darkest valley ever, trying to drag your fragile body upward as much as possible before it is worn out. Hoarse cries squeeze their way out of your mouth to ask for a response from the gods. Suddenly, an afflatus dawns on you. The next moment, a miracle happens. you are already at the top of the mountain, witnessing the rise of a huge celestial body from the skyline. Even if it's only in your imagination, you have just witnessed the dawn of the creation. And the
屎的原著。我是那个石头。
An old admonition is engraved here. Let no one ignorant of geometry or the irrational numbers enter. 37 told me you are the integers. She's the genius kissed by the god of truth. She can see our numbers and has never made a mistake.
可以看到所有人的数位，从来没有出错过。
But I don't understand. Why would you break the silence at the meeting? I apologize, Miss Sophia. I won't defend our behavior. You may save that apology for later. If you can persuade more than half of the people to vote for your friend's commutation, perhaps she won't be sentenced to death. I have gathered some case files from the past. I hope it will be of some help. These files are... But won't you be in trouble for helping us? I have my own reasons. Integers are the living example of virtues, the standard of purification. It represents a soul existing in the world of forms, a true being. It is the floating points behind the decimal which dent the process of our overall purification. The evil. The ones who violate rules knowingly. The ones who turn a positive number into negatives. And a civil person, a criminal. If integers like you would lose your life over some unintentional mistakes, wouldn't it be a great shame? Besides, I can't stand the idea of you being killed in front of me.
Not rigorous.
怎么突然蹦出来？
For one thing, we still don't know Vertin and Sonetto's numbers. For another, the fact that every crow we've seen is black doesn't necessarily entail that the next crow will also be black. Even if every virtuous person we met has been an integer, we can't be certain that the next one will still be an integer. Same case for irrational numbers.
You're right, 37. But people always tend to believe that virtuous people are integers. That is what we call belief.
Correct. But not entirely correct. Everyone can make mistakes.
也有可能只是个统计学而已。
Numbers are just numbers. They are not associated with virtues.
Unlike me, you're always right, 37.
I don't know what differs us.
Will you be at the assembly?
Yes.
Then I will leave them with you. I'm not qualified to set foot in the Hall of Truth. I have done poorly in receiving the guests. I will ask 6 for my punishment after the assembly.
Huh? So you are not coming back to my laboratory? Neither will you help me
The scripture shall not be challenged. What's more, any students here can help you in the laboratory. It doesn't have to be me.
Had I known, I would have let someone else welcome Vertin and her friends. Like 210. He loves to brag to young ladies so much that he would take the punishment willingly, right?
You were that someone else who was assigned to receive them in the first place. If I hadn't stopped you in time, how much longer would Regulus's head have stayed in your mouth? Not to mention what happened last time, and the time before that.
But the fact that I have messed up all the receptions before doesn't mean I may excel in the next one. The chances of messing up the first reception and the 100th reception are the same.
Whatever you say, you little sophist.
Everyone says so. But compliments won't help her find her number.
灵魂数字。
So, Vertin, are you ready for the debate?
Does that mean you will help us?
Of course. I don't want to miss the chance.
What chance?
The chance to see your numbers. There's no greater knowledge than the knowledge of oneself. And there's no more exciting truth than the truth of oneself. I can quickly tell which types of numbers you are, but it requires proof to know the exact number of your soul. I want to know the answer before you see your own numbers. So it's 37 who proves it, not Vertin.
I'd be glad to give this chance to you.
That's boring. Let's go, Vertin. The assembly's about to start.
我是要直接上场。这不就很微？
Don't worry, Timekeeper. I'll defend myself. Back in the Foundation, I once won a public debate of a similar nature. This is my duty. I won't let it get in the way of the team's investigation. Sonetto.
By our tradition, Miss Sonetto will be given the poisoned wine, so she will be muted and stay that way forever. However, Sophia raised her objection against the decision. After giving the matter some discreet thought, I have decided it is necessary to hold an assembly and take care of it democratically.
哇，现在观看数也是6，然后现在讲话的人也是6，那么到底明天我能不能也顺便凑个6呢？各位。
Those of you who agree to the death sentence may remain seated. Those of you who wish to commute Miss Sonetto's punishment, please put your pebble into the pot in the middle of the hall. Now, Miss Sonetto, Miss Vertin, you may defend yourselves until the sand in this hourglass falls to the bottom.
OK， 这不是一场没有把握的战争。 放心上深呼吸，像训练的那样。
I am Sonetto from St. Pavlov Foundation. I wish all the honorable audiences here would lend me their ears to hear my defense as a humanitarian gesture.
What number are you?
哦天啊！直接问他是什么数字。
Defendant, the court requires an answer. What is your number?
What? Me? No. I don't have a number.
Don't waste our time. People without a number cannot stand in the Hall of Truth. All her words are void. Sentence her to death now.
42's argument is valid. Defenders, what do you wish to contend?
What? It's valid?
毕竟他们这里有属于他们自己的规则，这个就很麻烦了。所有的刑事正义、城市公平类比类系都在这一刻失效了。
Objection! According to the record, the last time we inflicted severe punishment was in 1980 to a visitor who ate beans. He ate a carbuncle that feeds on beans. Then he was sentenced to death according to the set theory.
他吃了卡邦克鲁，不是，先不管他吃豆子的卡邦克鲁，这重点是他本身吃卡邦克鲁就不太对劲了吧
In our scripture, eating beans is the most evil sin, which undoubtedly fits the most severe punishment.
这能用集合？什么东西这能用集合？
But if we are now executing people for breaking the silence at the assembly, how would it reflect our attitude towards the consumption of beans? I suggest Neto's punishment to be commuted.
这是直接拿比例原则出来是吧？
A good argument.
37's argument is deemed valid. The debate will continue.
数学有一个东西叫集合，你是说那个的集合哦？可是我有点不太记得那个数学的集合是，我看一下。
Objection. The punishment for eating beans is to throw the offenders into the Gorgon current, while the punishment for the silence breaker is to drink poisoned wine. Among all the punishments we have, there's no other punishment more dreadful than being thrown into the Gorgon current. Because eternity and infinity are the two things we have the least knowledge of, which makes them the most ghastly punishments among all. Giving her the poisoned wine doesn't make the consumption of beans less sinful. Her argument is invalid.
我靠！
Objection! Both of the crimes would fall into the same category if we are taking the punishment as a frame of reference, which is...
Objection. The two crimes in question are not commensurable, which makes your comparison invalid.
我原本以为啊，他们的那个讨论会有点像是论破，然后结果没想到是开始在ER里了耶！天啊！人群也造发越发躁动起来，然后已经有不少乱世丢进失望里了。行，有这增加应该是好事。
What's this?
这个37有戳中你，可是之前37的图我有传给你过啦。但是你还是没有玩，这只是戳中你了。那其实没差。
I'm completely lost in this irrational debate. I see. So that's how it works. Timekeeper? Relax. I will help you.
只关乎赢，哎，重点是爱赢。
I object.
我不要激你哦，这集等一下就下载给你看。不用，你不用下载，真的，因为你现在下载那个37词也要下了，37的 UP 词要下了啊，兄弟。
Look at my back.
I'd like to start by quoting 42's first argument. People without a number cannot stand in the Hall of Truth. In that case, it's not possible for Soneto to commit a crime in the Hall of Truth. because she can't even be in the hall.
What?
Good point, Vertin. This is our chance to out-argue them.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts? A little trick. Don't blink. She.
我看他们的招式也是有几何诶。
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Oh oh. Right wind.
These are merely clumsy sophisms. We've all seen her break the maxim.
Objection! What you see cannot be submitted to the court as a transcendental fact. It's nothing but the fragments of the phenomenal world which can't be used in your argument.
Objection sustained. Please, ladies and gentlemen, keep the debate logically consistent.
Since Senato has no number, and a person without a number does not exist before the truth, Senato thus didn't offend your truth. She didn't break any rules.
哇靠！用他们的魔法打他们啊！
Fine. Whatever. Сколько побед? Swallow my exhaust.
这样看的话，那个耳朵确实只是帽子的造型。
Objection! The rule breaker has a number. We can all tell that she is very likely an integer. Therefore, she should be identified as an unknown number, not void. Your sophism has failed.
42's argument is held valid. Is there anything else you'd like to add, defendant?
Tell you a secret, Vertin? We would call criminals negative numbers.
I got it!
稍微整理一下。
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? A little trick. She. Whatever. Сколько побед? Whatever. Fine. Swallow my exhaust.
It is easy to prove Senato's innocence. According to the law of the excluded middle, Senato either committed a sin or committed no sin. The two statements cannot be both false at the same time. Since we consider a criminal as a negative number and a non-criminal as a positive number, Senato at present is considered an unknown number.
Oh my gosh.
That means she doesn't belong to the criminal set or the non-criminal set.
逻辑鬼才。
She did not commit a sin and did not commit no sin. It's a paradox. I hereby demand to modify the criminal sentence that has been given to Senato.
Ha! That's what you've got!
Huh?
The law of excluded middle. A good sophism. Good for you to create a paradox from one sentence of my argument. But pitifully, you've made a fatal mistake. You've taken my argument as the basis of your defense. I said people without a number should be expelled from the Hall of Truth. You don't have a number either, Miss Outsider. Based on my argument, which has also been approved by you, I argue that all your arguments are invalid.
There's no time left.
13 has a number. I saw it.
What? 37, do you know what you're saying?
Yeah. I read her number just now. 13's number is 0.
0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0? 0
完了，我们要有 gas 了。看，竟然是 zero。好，又有小
Come
小东西。
closer. That's right. Take a few more steps and immerse yourself in the shadow, including that hat. You don't want those good ears to hear this private conversation. That pad of paper from the miss, yes, the one wielding the ruler, is quite valuable. I can tell it is of a certain age and records quite a lot of anecdotes. One visitor to the island took out a baguette from his luggage. To share it with others, he made an attempt to parcel it off. Another visitor fell to the ground and happened to sit on a quart measure and break it. You can learn the punishments for them from the paper. The former was thrown into the sea, while the latter into the further sea.
Aww.
Only God knows how this wine-dark sea holds so many visitors. The debate! That's really a pain in the neck for that logical, pragmatic assistant of yours, isn't it? People always tend to mark what they can't figure out as arcanists' doings, as if things would make sense once they do so.
确实，他们这个地方的辩论跟常理的辩论是不一样的。
But it won't change the fact that the debate is only a game involving sophistry, improvisation, and straw man fallacy. So what makes it superior to beans? If the form is what they are really after. Anyways, whoever fools the others first will win the game. No arcanum at all. And that argument of hers is the best attraction for the audience. A special number. A 0. You are neither positive nor negative, which means you don't belong to either side. Now, imagine one side as an orderly line and the other as those wandering around. The wanderers can smell the abnormality in you, and of course, no one in that line sees you as one of them. In a restaurant, fruits are served without the seeds, but in a farm, the seeds are retained for the next harvest.
是吗？你，哇，我没有 get 到你这个观点，完蛋。
Is there any value in the seeds? It depends on what you see when you look at them. The moment you realize that, you have come to the crossroad of fate. Now, back to the number we just talked about. Oh my! It's the prediction of your whole life. You owe that spirited little genius a thank you. By the way, what do you see in her number?
7号时期的投票和吃果子。咋说？
I always know you're a quick learner. You're very good at noticing new things. That's right. 37 is only 37. A nice unique prime number which equals the word genius. At least everyone prefers to think this way. Why not deify the one that is able to reach the truth when you have the chance? It's much easier to pin your hopes on others than to blame yourself. I guess you also did that, right, darling? It's okay. She never says no. She just lets the hopes pile up on her shoulder because she simply doesn't care at all. What a good, good child. 发生在数字和数字之间一场精彩的辩论赛。
需要时期的投票是有公民权的才行。嗯哼，吃果汁机型。可是这样讲的话，我反而想到吃果汁然后被收下来的，好像也有其他人。
Who ate beans? Given that it could be found, are you a rational number? Intersect and divide. That's troublesome.
又刚好的数学系，那就整个都牵得起来。嗯，确实。
Given that, are you a rational number?
想到我还以为他残血。
The final dividend that could be found. Welcome to the world of numbers.
他们的穿着风格也蛮像的，那时候。
Intersect and divide. A perfect argument. It could be found. Are you a rational number? Uh-huh. Rational. The final demonstration. A perfect argument. Welcome to the world of numbers. Huh.
你终于打完一款游戏了，恭喜！但我不知道你刚刚在弄哪一个的。
37. You just said Vertin's number is 0. Do you know what it means?
Very clearly.
Would you be able to submit proof to a payron?
No problem.
Half of you in this hall have put in the pebbles.
哦，你在打磨冰晶天路3。你刚刚在努力干最终 BOSS， 辛苦了。那总的应该都会打一点点久，尤其是还要一直要重打。虽然我不知道你重打了几次了。
If 37's argument is found to be true, every argument Vertin has spoken in Sonetto's defense will be deemed valid. I will announce the result once 37's proof has been validated by a payron. Thank you for your time.
Stiletto! Timekeeper, I'm so sorry. I tried my best, but still I couldn't understand the debate. I failed again.
而且那个最终 BOSS 的彩蛋超棒。看来菲比应该现在没有在这边。
What happened to her? Come here, little girl. We need to move her outside.
公爵玩第3代，但是还有1、2代没打，居然。
Wipe her palm and feet with dew and peppermint oil.
我以为是按照顺序打1、2代之后，然后在第3代也破了，原来是只有打完3代而已。
That would be okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The distinguished number 0. I'm kidding. I'm 210. Well, instead of the number, I prefer people call me the rhetorician.
I've heard your preachment. Pretty demagogic.
That's how logic works. With logic, I can prove that you'd cease to exist in the next moment, or that there are no other people in this world except me. Achilles can never outrun a tortoise, and a flying arrow is forever motionless. This debate is nothing but meaningless wordplay. That pacifist let you off this time. 6. A perfect number indeed. For he knows the benefit of reconciliation. Who wants to have blood on their hands and be devoured by the cycle of hatred? Yet it's a torture for any intelligent mind to hear such an immature debate. Can you feel the suffering of our leader now?
I'm sorry.
No apology needed, Miss Outsider. I also feel sorry for your pain, given that 37 has revealed your number.
等被3期看破的数字是怎样吗？
What do you mean?
37. Our evil little genius. The most cunning star of Hermes. She's been having fun revealing others' numbers for a long time. Our numbers are our essence. And it's also the most important proof we get once in our lifetime. But she enjoys taking that opportunity away from you. Just because her talent allows her to do so. She did that to her friend, too. She found out Sophia's number. But without casting an eye on that paper with her number on it, Sophia threw it into the sea. Sophia is Sophos. But you...
It doesn't seem like trouble to me.
Alas, poor little Vertin. You still don't understand. The number of our souls suggests our fate. It might be changed through algorithms temporarily, swirling, shifting, or transforming alongside other changes occurring on the coordinate axis. But in the end, we can only be ourselves. 1 is thought. 2 is opinion. 3 is wisdom. 4 is strength. 5, enthusiasm. 6, harmony. 7, order. 8, philanthropy. 9 is restraint. While 10 is completion. Zero, however, is in the middle of the axis, the origin of the frame of reference. It's neither positive nor negative, neither prime nor composite. Things are ever changing, but you stay the same. Your loneliness also lasts. This is your fate. Being exposed in full view of the crowd, yet you know nothing about it. 37 was acting on impulse, yet she opened Pandora's box. She leisurely reveals your fate. That carefree behavior makes no difference to picking up a shell on a beach.
所以它算是可以识破本质，甚至是未来吗？
Miss Vertin. 37's proof has passed the review. Your friend will now be exempt from the punishment for violating the rules. However, she has to take some catch-up lessons on the scripture. Please, meet me at the hall tomorrow at noon. I would have words with you.
哎呦，真的为什么那个妈的那个模型，那个旗子人偶？生活中有3种人，正如你在奥林匹克运动会上见到的3种人。OK， 那就。
Before this negotiation begins, I wish to tell an allegory to the two of you. A group of people were imprisoned in a cave. Behind them, there was a fire. Before them was a tall, solid wall. Their legs and necks were chained and fixed, so they were constrained to look nowhere but to gaze at the wall in front of them. When they dropped their eyes, they saw their own body. When they looked up, the flickering light of the fire fell over them, and they only saw the shadows of what was passing behind them. No one had lived one day outside the cave. The shadows cast on the wall all there was to be perceived as reality. They had no knowledge of the real world. One day, one of them escaped from the cave, walked into the light, and saw the true world with his own eyes for the first time. Everything he saw or felt in the cave was nothing more than a mere shadow of the object's true form.
从后光中看见的世界是吧？
Our world is a poor one, Miss Verton. The phenomenal world is the cave in this allegory, where we are surrounded by shadows or some humble fractions of the truth.
さやか、安安、誰？何の話？なんでいきなり菲律賓 ？OK， hello。
It is ugly, frivolous,
哎，
filthy, perishable, subject to decay,
完
and
了，我
filled
的
with
英文
hollow
很差。
desires and meaningless struggles. Only the wise can walk out of that cave and see the world as it truly is.
哦，你是这游戏的新手哦。
In that eternal, transcendent world, everything is in its most perfect form.
可大家出手了。
I pray that you, Miss Verton, the representative of St. Pavlov Foundation, and you, Miss Arcana, her counterpart of Manus Vindicte,
Oh my
would
god.
pay heed to my words.
Arcana.
Everything you've been fighting each other for means no more than some fragments of phenomena to us. There's only one thing worth doing.
是我有看到他说他是那个 for 菲律宾，所以我想说他应该就是菲律宾人。
That is, to seek higher wisdom, develop one's virtue, and achieve greatness in life. We have never set foot on the soil dampened by the storm, nor have we ever been involved in the disputes brought by the torrents of time. I beg you, do not take your conflict in the phenomenal world into the realm of truth.
Oh.
For certain.
哦，天啊，好久没看到他了。哪个角色比较好？ 接下来要出的那个 Sis， 就是那个6，就刚刚在讲话那位男角色就是6，他接下来就会出了，然后也是不错的角色。
It was never my intention to sully the sanctuary of truth.
Then, to prevent a situation like this from happening again, I would like to ask you two to carve your names on these 2 stone bangles and drip a drop of your blood on each of them. Once the bracelet is put on, no one will be able to remove it. From now on, as long as you're on this island, none of your people will draw blood from one another.
我不确定，好像除了那个陆服之外，应该其他海外服都是接下来都会是出那个6的词。对，他的英文很基础。
Or the bangle shall draw all the blood from you.
基本上是0。
The peace agreement is so decided.
我靠
I appreciate that. I'll sign it.
OK。这是什么戒指这么厉害，可以把那个写给？哦。
The peace agreement.
但其实我会看攻略，所以哪个角色好我也不太确定。I'm not sure.
Lady Vertin, we meet again. I wish the best to thy friend.
Oh.
She's doing well, thanks to you.
You're most welcome. Thou shalt quench, for times hath changed.
那他刚刚有丢石头吗？还是他其实是不能进来的？他应该是复数吧？
I would not wish to
还是
shed
其实
even
还
a
是整数
drop of Arcanist's blood in vain.
But Schneider should be the victim of a merciless bullet?
Vertin, my pitiful child. Did you forget? That merciless bullet cameth from a gun never belonging to me.
哦不，他提到 Schneider。没事，他好像也没有说话了，他好像也没有讲。但我印象中六是不错的，他好像变成那个，我看有的攻略好像后面会把它归类在 T0，然后6之后还有一个新的活动角色是那个去娘。好像也是行，我找一下有没有看，我再找一下那张图好了。我找一下那时候我看到的那张人家推荐的强度的图。我印象中是有人说6跟取娘。837好像。还是行吧，然后但37没有那么高，就是基本上应该还是6啊取娘，然后牙仙，他还在看台吗？不晓得，所以他只是进来问一下而已。
What's Manus Vindicte's purpose to be here?
或者是他听到6之後就 OK fine， 然後 let go。
Hearken the archaic wisdom, just as thou doest.
石皇正在发烫。
I am not surprised. I adore thy visage, Lady Vertin, emotionless in the storm. Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live, including thee.
A wooden box in the Elitiao's base has my name on it. Was that your doing?
Sadly, it wasn't.
可以啊，可以啊，还有出现的再跟你讲，但应该基本上就是应该没有啦，因为我都讲啦，就是基本上是接下来下一池流，然后之前前几次的雅仙我也不知道会不会复刻，所以不好说。对，因为其他几只就比较往后排一点了啦。6的话，应该是明天就会出了。
I hope thee findeth the answer satisfactory.
所以我很苦恼啊，今天那个帮铁桌黄泉没抽到，然后那个明天如果1999出6，这个运气这个人品哦，有点难处理啊。
It's burning.
Is that Miss Arcana?
重塑追随者。
Miss Arcana, please don't go. Save us and save us.
啊？
No! Come back! Come back! You ignorant foreigners! I just started introducing vectors and matrices, and that's the most interesting part! Vertin! Great! You always show up at the right time and right place! Stop the masked people! Whatever it takes!
面具脑袋。
There.
Sadly, these are counterfeits. Glad to be of service, my lady.
Don't be so furious. Agents have guns.
Bravo!
It's called common sense.
Damn it! Watch my clothes.
Hey, I'm the support staff. What?
Intriguing.
I can't make a hear something.
Sadly, these are counterfeits.
Agents have guns. It's called common sense. Hey, I'm the support staff.
Glad to be of service, my lady.
So loud.
Just like real diamonds.
Popping out calms people down. We should listen to what people
Intriguing,
say.
isn't it?
Secrets always hide in careless words. Listen carefully.
Just like real diamonds. Damn it! Time to wake up, gentlemen.
I hear something.
Fragrance and dazzle can easily confuse.
哇，他竟然用大招打在小残血上面，
Agents have guns.
这自动
It's
打
called。common sense. Be serious. Whose heart is beating so loud?
真是令我傻
Don't
眼。
worry. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all.
pigeons have guns. It's called common sense.
Now, to divide the spoils, or should I say, a reasonable reallocation of the profits?
Oh.
Oh, look at you, climbing out of the cave in the allegory, all dusty and dirty like a little savage. They must have tried to fill your little brain with long preachment. But you should feel lucky, because at least they didn't give you a quiz right after that. Oh, that's our expert on absent-mindedness. Yes, we should bear in mind those glory days of yours back in school. Try to reach the corners of your mind, if you would. And there you will find another bunch of people standing in front of a stone table. Yes, those people in gowns. White gowns with gray diamond patterns. One of them was standing on the stairs, gathering all the little vacant eyes to his side. What was he called? Give me a second. Teacher, instructor, tutor, the educator. Just titles like that. No names at all. No one gets to write down their names on that banner, after all. But they have nothing to complain about. You know what they say? What is reasonable is real. That which is real is reasonable. They showed you a broad avenue in their teachings where you could enjoy a sense of security with all the solid ground, convenient automobiles, and warm sunshine. And at the end of the avenue even lies an inspiring mission, to which you are expected to devote your whole life. There is a distinction between good and bad here, and it's as clear as our innate sense of right and wrong, like a floor of black and white tiles. Any stains on it will be noticed immediately. But in fact, there exists another path in the woods. It's much less traveled, leading to the unknown darkness which cannot be seen with eyes or proved false. You may even experience indescribable chaos and madness there. This path, however, has an excellent view, and it's one of a kind. The plants are thriving with bursting energy, and the flowers are blooming in a delightful atmosphere. So, which will you take? Oh, of course, as you've been on it all the time. But that's exactly why you know how inflexible it is. You know that even better than any of those old fellas who have spent decades on it, don't you? Just because you've been on it doesn't mean you can expect a comfortable journey, darling. But luckily, there's still one more way you can take. It would be a good choice if you want to enjoy the scenery without getting lost in the darkness. I'm sure you know that myth. You shall take the soul of your love out of the underworld, yet you shall not look back. That's right. You shall pass by the sleeping sirens, yet you shall not make a sound.
对，那个女妖的话，我想到那个迷宫饭里面，好像有一幕就是那个男主直接那边的那个从那个赛的那边面前走过去。
The ones with the belief set off. They entered the dark woods barefooted, yet moved so smoothly, as if they were walking on the avenue. They kept their mouths shut and eyes forward. They never turned back, never picked up what was not theirs, never set foot on the forbidden lands, and never looked straight at the sacred greatness. They showed frugality, patience, and wisdom in the face of hunger and danger. So the beasts continued to lurk in the shadow, and the ones with the belief passed through the woods safely, until the path disappeared along with the direction sign. Then the first one to look back gave an exclamation before being exiled. Think about what I just said. That which is real is reasonable. Never look back in the woods, darling. If you don't want to be turned into a pillar of salt which can do nothing but wail, then never, ever look back. Yes, we'd better stay awake, stay calm, stay cautious all the time. But then there comes the problem. How can you ignore your love for those thriving plants and blooming flowers? How are you supposed to deal with the unstoppable feeling that overflows like a melody when it is stirred up by the beauty of the scenery? Of course, you will cry the loudest cry, dance the wildest dance, drink the strongest drink, and vomit all the filth inside you. After all, there is no need to enter the woods if the soul-stirring scenery is not what you are after. Right? No. So you better let it slip your mind, darling. Just let it go and hurry forward. Remember to keep your eyes shut and hold your breath. When you do so, the scenery will no longer mean anything to you, nor will the fragrance of the flowers. You will get out of the woods and reach where the truth lies. Is that what you want? Don't worry. We have plenty of time. You may come back at any time and pick another way.
不是那个哦，好，这边有看到了，他们两个在跟苏菲亚。
Congratulations, Miss Sonetto. You are the fastest learner of our doctrine among all the visitors in the past half-century. On behalf of all orators, I award you this laurel wreath.
No, I wouldn't have achieved this without your guidance. Those mathematics statements are really inspiring. I've learned a lot. But there's still something confusing me, such as Pythagoras and his golden thigh, his memory of the previous lifetimes as the son of Hermes, and the transmigration for every 216 years. Could you please tell me more about these?
Huh?
Why would people fail to see the charm of the matrices? This is not right. I need to spend more time on teaching.
谁？
Anyone?
哦，重说的。
Anyone? Save us! Thus my journey of art is doomed to fail. I really don't want to study maths anymore.
这个重塑2的家伙该不会是那个吧？
Timekeeper, you are here.
I heard that you completed all the lessons on the scripture. This laurel wreath suits you well.
Timekeeper, I'm sorry. At the assembly, I failed to understand the arcanist's logic. It was totally different to the debates I have participated in. But now I have...
That was not your fault, Sonetto. It is now behind us. I need to tell you something more important. I've signed a peace agreement with Arcana, and the price of breaking it is... death.
What?
这件事真的很重要，甚至是有点麻烦。
So Manus Vindictae is also restrained by the stone bangle like we are.
Yes, she put it on without hesitation. But I don't think her purpose would be as simple as hearkening the ancient wisdom. I attacked Manus' followers earlier as 37 asked me to. But I received no punishment from the Bangle. Perhaps this island makes its own judgment on what to be classified as hostility. Like it has a mind of its own. Sonato, do not report this to the headquarters before we figure out how the Bangle works. After all, there are many other things to investigate on this island, other than Manus Vindicte.
I see. I will contact Miss Juvis and Miss Moisson first and keep an eye on Arcana. Timekeeper, this island, the Manus' mask, and your suitcase are all immune to the storm. Does this mean we could collect more asymmetrical nuclide R samples?
I tried to collect some samples last night in the outer region of the island. But the detecting device showed nothing. If we were to find out more, we have to go to the center area.
那应该不太行吧？
What are you conspiring now?
哎呦，我的天！
Do not poke the fire with swords, and do not jump over a crossbar. The assembly will not be held every time when there's a crime. Please take heed of my warning, and do not overstep the line. Learn a lesson from them. Lilia, didn't you say you have Regulus with you safely?
Apologies, Vertin. I was going to rescue Sonetto through a very creative underground tunnel. But things didn't quite go as planned.
Not a bad innovation for a simple clap on the forehead. If only you didn't miscalculate the location of the explosion.
This apple is grateful that it didn't get blasted into a puddle of apple jam.
哦不，不要变成这样。
Shell cleaning required. Warning.
I don't know why, but when I was in that cave, ideas kept flooding into my head. Though, judging by the outcome, they weren't all good ideas.
On a routine patrol, I found them trying to break into the cave. I'm not surprised that an irrational number would try to trespass on forbidden grounds. But you two? The integer and the fraction? What were you doing with her? This is a serious crime. Do we have to go through this debate again?
啊天，应该不至于吧？
It's okay, Timekeeper. I will defend Regulus. I've thoroughly studied the scripture, and this time I'm sure I can do better.
要啊。
Forget it. Forget it. It is unwise to waste time trying to understand an irrational number's motive. Besides, we should let the reckless take care of the least important matters. That's it. Regulus, you will come with me to clean the beach.
Huh? Me? Again?
Since you have too many floating points, words of discipline would not work on you. We would have suggested you study with the rest of the students here. Abstain from eating meat, bathe in cold water, rise with the Apollo star, study our doctrine, read the scripture aloud on the beach, so as to remove your floating points and purify your soul.
What? I won't do any of that.
But taking your peculiar character into consideration, I decided that some compulsory labor would be the better option.
Oh, that's the best news of the day. I'd rather clean up the rubbish on the beach than be surrounded by people giving sermons all the time. At least the rubbish doesn't talk gibberish. I'd be dead if you didn't change your mind.
Regulus, studying the scripture is not that scary. They will teach you and guide you until you take full command.
对他来说就是即兴。
Just like taking lessons at school.
Huh? Is that what schools are like?
Haven't you been to a school, Regulus?
Oh.
Haha! A great pirate would not remember trivial matters as such. So, where were we? Which part of the beach needs to be taken care of by the great captain?
整片吧。
My laboratory.
Whoa! Where did you pop up from?
"37. Aren't you supposed to preach to the visitors?"
I've seen their numbers. A group of negative repeating infinite decimals. They will achieve nothing but to repeatedly step in the river of mistakes. I gave up on them.
Fine. Those of you who are complicit in breaking into the cave will also be sent to labor. Sonetto and Lilia will come with me to patrol. Regulus, you can go clean the lab. As for Verton, you will assist 37 with her study of the emanation.
Oh.
Don't waste more time on the trivial matters of the phenomenal world. Integers. That was the sole reason you were on this island, was it not?
Don't let down your guard. The arcanists on this island are not as easy to deal with as you imagined. Down in the cave, I heard some pretty alluring and intriguing anecdotes.
Miss Lilia, this way. You will cover this area.
Stay on the radio.
Okay.
Don't worry, Timekeeper. Lilia and I will keep an eye on Manus Vindictae.
We are counting on you, Sonetto. I have a feeling we are coming closer to a big secret.
Be prepared.
Hey, hello there.
Who's hard? I hear something. Don't be so furious.
Say hello.
Radio waves are everywhere. Everywhere.
Hey, I'm the support staff.
Be serious.
Stay focused. That was lightning. Hey!
The eagle's eyes.
What's your way? Forward!
Be serious. Stay focused.
Say hello. Hey!
No. 这是什么？色彩般复杂的废纸诺干。好，行。
What? What am I looking at? So your so-called sacred project is this gigantic IDM computer? I was curious about them during my stay in La Place. Those later versions of the model are so much better than the 66 ones. But this one doesn't seem that far advanced to those. This is not a junk piece the man has sold you, is it?
Items of the phenomenal world are all a waste. This one is long broken. After the emanation, we couldn't find anyone to repair it.
Why do you keep referring to the storm as the emanation? What does the emanation mean?
It is the waves of Numa. We are the expellees of the world of forms. We were banished to this damp and dark cave. Everyone here is obsessed with the fake light on the wall, but forgets to look for the truth. Numa, however, will lead us to escape the cave and return to a more supreme realm.
Eh? You make it sound like we're living in piles of rubbish.
Aren't we?
Of course not. If you ask me, I'd say you have absolutely no idea how wonderful the outside world is. Big Dr. Pepper, the music festivals, Rory Storm, the Hollies, and the Rolling Stones. Oh, there are too many to count. If it weren't for this sick storm, I would still be riding a motorcycle in one of those races in London.
Your soul must be pretty contaminated.
And the computer, they can calculate extremely large numbers within seconds, better than hundreds of thousands of you combined together.
In the case of numbers, it's not the bigger the better. Also, this computer has never played a useful part in our study.
Come on, mate. You people just leave it in a cave. It's like sending an infant to the kitchen and waiting for it to bring you dinner. Never mind, you'll see what I mean after I fix it.
好，先替我修。
Can you fix an IDM, Regulus?
No, but I've seen the Laplace people do it. Shouldn't be too difficult, I assume. Oh, the dust! When was the last time you sent people down here to clean? Oh, some critters are nesting here. Oh, did I break into your party?
哦，我的天啊！
Bertin, come give me a hand. They won't let me touch them.
Anyone offer your seat to the senior? Take it easy. My child, here's something fun for you. Oh.
Wonder what's the aerial time. Right wing. Oh.
Take it
Wonder what's the
easy.
aerial stunts.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Hey!
Right wing. ВДВ. Сколько побед!
Swallow my exhaust.
I smell the scent of mint oil. Stop.
Handle it gently.
Take peaceful moments.
Take it easy. A little bit hot here. Hey! Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Fine. Don't blink.
The ocean dried and I'm alone again.
Oh.
Pride goes before the fall. I've been there. You bet.
Oh.
You fixed it. It's great to have you clean the laboratory, Regulus. Your floating point immediately reduced.
Oh, is that a compliment? Sounds like one to me. Thank.
It's a wordplay, Captain. Infinity minus any numbers still equals to infinity.
Fine. I should have given up the idea of changing your eccentric sorting system a long time ago. What's the meaning of humans inventing computers if these machines were only left here for some critters to nest in?
Thanks to you, now we can have a look at the previous models, Regulus. But it's a pity since it only has the data before 2003. Everything in the past 4... This is our chronology, Vertin. From 1999 to 2007, the emanation has taken place 7 times. In the initial 4 years, the emanation has a pattern. First, it brought us back to the 90s, then the 80s, and then the 70s. After that, it suddenly leaped to the 30s. In the subsequent 3 years, it took place twice.
Every record here can perfectly match what is in the Foundation's files. Wait, these are the records before 2003, you say? But this one refers to the storm in 1966, which happened recently.
These are indeed the records before 2003. What's following the records is our forecast.
That's to say, you prophesied the 1966 storm 4 years prior to its occurrence. How is this possible? That you are clever enough to develop such a precise mathematical model, while at the same time you just let the IDM become the home of these critters.
We just worked out the patterns in the number sequences.
You made such precise prediction even without leaving the island. That's incredible.
You don't need to go into a river to find out the pattern of its flow. Moreover, we would send people to observe in the phenomenal world. My mother was one of them. She is the co-author of this model. Nobody knows this computer better than her.
So you have a mother too?
有啊，我有抽。
Who? 37. Where is your mother now?
有抽到
Like
1。
many people, she was restored to her true form. Since then, I took over this
接下来就
laboratory.
是一抽到3期我就没有继续抽了，所以没有电宝，我有点担心6抽不出来。
What is it?
What kind of question is this? The form, or the essence, is what's left of you after all the fakeness has been peeled off.
是。祝大家都能抽到6。
Now we are listening to the New Year collection. The world-famous painting Mona Lisa was found and returned to Musée du Louvre in the afternoon of December 13th. The U.S. Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act on December 23rd, formally establishing the Federal Reserve System. The conflict between Austria-Hungary and Serbia has escalated. Bulgaria challenged the Bucharest Peace Treaty. Tension is building up over the Balkan Peninsula. In London, futurists gathered under Big Ben, celebrating the upcoming 1914.
This is news of the outside world?
What about on your side?
这会吓到吧
Well, I am with Sophia. Arcana's still in the hall. She hasn't taken any action so far. Got it. Please keep an eye on the Manus followers. Be mindful of the restrictions set by the Bangle. Who are you talking to? Just checking up on Lilia.
Please stay vigilant during the patrol. This is the last place we need to check. We must keep this graveyard clean. Our dead deserve to be left in peace and undisturbed by the phenomenal world.
已经看到那个社团有很多人都在已经存好东西，然后等着抽6了。哎呀，想想就害怕。
Miss Sophia, you said this is the graveyard?
Yes, the geometry graveyard it is called.
什么意思？
4 years ago, my father was restored to a geometric body on his way back to the island. So was 37's mother, who was also on that ship.
还能这样？
Why are you crying, Sophia?
I was wrong. We calculated it wrong, 37. We miscalculated the impacted area of the emanation. We thought the ships would be safe in the Gorgon current, but the safe area is in fact 5 degrees away. When the emanation happened, the bow of their ship had just entered the safe area. But it was too late. My dad is gone. So is your mom.
I know. But why are you crying? My mom and your dad have come back to us, right?
Have come back? Do you call this? Come like this? In the form of geometric bodies? Cold and silent? Being pushed to the shore?
No, they have gone somewhere further. Look at them. These geometric bodies. How pure and how elegant. I've never seen such perfect geometric bodies before. If they are not from the eternal and transcendental world of forms, how should we explain this?
37?
I'm going to study the emanation, Sophia. This is the best chance ever. The transcendental world finally opens its door to us. We will reach our hands to the forms and explore the oldest and eternal laws. Will you help me, Sophia? Next time I will definitely make a better calculation. I promise.
这估摸着有点情况。
Thank you for assisting 37 with her research, Sneto.
No, I didn't do anything. Timekeeper knows the storm better.
You have helped us greatly by just coming onto this island. For all this time, 37 has been locked up in the laboratory, refusing to talk to anyone, nor participate in any group study. Since the 2-day emanation in 1929. It is you who helped her revive her interest in other affairs in Apiron.
These are Timekeeper's contributions. I barely did anything.
I can't help 37, because I don't see the charm of numbers. I lack the perception that an integer should have. That's why I can't see my own number.
The number's charm? Sorry, I have never thought about this. For me, Arcanum is my inborn mission. If you ask me, you are an unbelievably excellent Arcanist. You can flatten the ground, clean up the beach, and rectify errors. You did it in an efficient and precise manner, which is already an advanced ritual.
Any students who have sworn to knowledge can do this easily. They aren't doing my job because they wish not to waste time on these trivial fragments of the phenomenal world, because they have seen the truth.
The phenomenal world is never complete. Like you can never draw a perfect circle there. No matter how much time you spend on it or how sophisticated your device is, it is impossible to draw a perfect circle in the phenomenal world. Arrows always exist. The floating points after the decimal can be reduced, but not destroyed. The perfect circle only exists in the abstract transcendental world. Of course, anyone in the world can find out the value of pi through the most primitive method. Egyptians, Greeks, Chinese, and Babylonians, they have all tried. They made circles with twine, painted on the ground with twigs, or measured the land with cubit rods. But none of them actually drew a perfect circle. However different their practices were, they found out the sole truth, the approximate value of pi. Because the essence of the circle is hiding in the imperfect manifestation of it. This is the truth. It is eternal, unchanged, pure, and transcendent.
费总突然又回来，14其实好像有点像，你说14行诗吗？哎，我的天啊
！Anyone can reach out to it at any time, in any place, by any means, and everyone will get the same answer from it.
怎么突然变成数学课？没有，这边的那个这一章基本上就是跟数学会有点关联，所以正常的。
The forms transcend all matters. The world of matters we live in is being flooded and destroyed by the tides of Numa. When the tides recede, what is left on the beach is the essence.
有什么？他可以选其他语言啊，也可以选中文啊、日文啊，可以选的。
This doesn't sound right. Let me think. How come your theory reminds me of the Manus Doctrine?
37. We see the storm very differently. Among all the other things, we saw it first of all as a disaster.
But earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, these are also disasters. These catastrophic events happen not because they have a reason to destroy, They just happen in this world. Like we do. This is what my mother taught me. She must be proud that she's a perfect geometric body now.
I'm sorry for mentioning your mother.
Why do you apologize, Furton? Are you feeling guilty? This is a very unusual feeling for a number like you.
I don't get it. Why did you say my number is 0?
我真的出去看一下他能不能那个。可是他的剧情适合英文，对啊。看一下他的这个他的好友，打个勾，然后看一下设置。啊，语音可以改啊，日文、中文、韩文。然后语言的话你也能改啊，改成简中也可以啊。好不好？而且简中它就下面就会再多一行英文。所以如果想要连同英文一起并行，就像是卢卡那样子的话，就是换成简中字幕就会有符了。
These people next door are really noisy. Could you please tell them to quiet? Raindrops never actually fall. They are motionless at the instances of time which.
看一下我兑换。已经拿过了。感觉还是有点微妙。你是说换成其他语言吗？虽然我不知道你现在是在开还是怎样。
Good timing. Good. A truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide enough to contain its demonstration.
主要是语音啊。
A nice result.
Okay.
It's almost as precious as the number 1, the mother of all things. The beginning of nothing, turning into something.
它的英文语音跟你玩的英文语音游戏差太多。毕竟腔调不一样啊，他的腔不一样，他是真正的英语。
I just saw it. The numbers of everything and every being would just emerge in front of me.
对。
I see it, and I speak it out loud.
它不是美式英语，它就是真正的英语。
210 told me numbers imply our fate.
Don't believe him, Verton. Numbers are just numbers. I know nothing about fate. Fine. I don't think I like 210. And the feeling goes both ways for us. Because I once said he is a poor number. 210 equals 2 times 3 times 5 times 7. He is the product of all prime numbers between 1 and 10. Looks like he has it all, but he doesn't have any real forte. He likes to sugarcoat himself with metaphors. Only those with a flawed essence would adore the trickery of words.
This is indeed an extreme comment.
And 6 is no better. Every leader of a Pyrrhon has been a 6. 6 is the perfect number since it equals the sum of all its proper divisors. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. But this number has been overrated. He's not that special.
What about your number? What does 37 mean?
I don't know. I am 37. I've known it since I was born. So does everyone else. People told me what it means. But I have never tried to prove their theory. I know very little of fate. So I always think, even if I find out their essences, does it mean I have known them better?
"37 once tried to tell me my number. She wrote it down and put it into a bottle, but I couldn't get up the courage to open it. I didn't want to know. I once made a horrible mistake. An unforgivable miscalculation.
他还对那件事耿耿于怀。
It makes me worried that I may also be a mistake. So I threw the bottle into the sea. This is how 37 is different from us. We are all prisoners of that cave. Only the wise one can find her way out of the cave and return to rescue the rest of us. I'm the ignorant prisoner who sits, and she's the wise one who returns. I will be crushed into dust by the truth, while she will be the star shining above it. The truth is like the stars in the night sky. Beautiful, but cold. It has been there long before my existence, and will stay that way long after I'm gone. It sheds no tears for the weak, nor laments the tragic fate. It's forever bright, and always moving forward. The person who avoids the truth is not qualified to study it. I'm sorry. My interpretation has been emotional.
No. I think I kind of know how you feel, Miss Sophia. However unworthy you think you are, there must be something we can do. Maybe we can't reach the core of the truth, but we can clean up the path to it for the future explorers.
开拓者。
This is our fate.
对不起，我这关注点怪怪的。
Interesting insight. I have come to understand why 37 likes you so much. Let us go back to work then. Start from dusting the tombstones.
Alright, I've had enough of these Sol Numa related idle topics. I want to have a look at your model. Wow, seriously? How did you get this far?
This model has been proven wrong. For 4 whole years we had been optimizing it. But the emanation in 1929 only lasted for 2 days, which means our calculation was entirely a failure. That model is just like this computer. It's a piece of junk. And this is all I can present to you.
No, it's not junk. I think I know why your model didn't work. What? Manus Vindictae has changed history. They accelerated history, forcing historical events to happen earlier than they were supposed to. Thus, the storm in 1929 occurred sooner than it should.
No way. Controlling the emanation. Changing the history of the outside world. Numa is eternal and transcendental. It won't obey any orders given from the phenomenal world. Neither will it change its patterns because of some fragments.
I'm telling the truth, 37. I've been there, in the storm of 1929. Your model was not wrong. You just missed some key information. You've never been to the place where the storm falls, and thus know nothing about the symptoms of the storm syndrome, and the true purposes of Manus Vindictae.
No! That's impossible! Even if there are means to control the emanation, it wouldn't be like this. If this is true, does it mean the phenomenal world, this insignificant phenomenal world, is more transcendental? Mother's model was defeated by this? Vertin, could you give us proof? The proof that Manus Vindictae accelerated history and triggered the emanation.
I swear I wasn't lying.
No, not like this. To prove it in front of Eperon. Go to a sacred place. To the Hall of Truth. In the depths of the cave. There, everyone can see the essence of the world. I beg you, give them your proof, just like how we submit the proof of our soul number.
Ho ho ho.
Come here. Place your hand on it. Feel the texture. The craft is one of a kind, not some cheapie you can get from the flea market. I mean it. This is a Keelium, and even the most traditional, delicate, and expensive kind. It has applied fiery red as the dominant color, and the stitches are perfectly neat. Oh. From the sea, just like you, darling. It arrived with a meerschaum pipe, a glass jar, a pack of sugar cubes, and a child in panic. Both she and the Keeling were born on the land where the craft originated. Their appearances apply the same dominant color, and the patterns in them share similar complexity.
Oh, 该不会是
Oh, your curiosity is aroused. But we are not done with the carpets yet. You've always got to get a souvenir or two every time you reach a new place. So you will have something to show when you tell the stories one day, right? Look at these handmade fabrics. How splendid! Those incredible patterns were the only thing on the craftswomen's minds when they made the carpets. It's safe to say they have spent their whole life improving their skills at using the vertical loom. And that's how we get these carpet knots arranged in beautiful lines. But they are just people like us. What if they get distracted? What if the carpet knots go off the right track and get tied to the wrong threads? Then you will be in trouble. Big trouble. All the problems in the universe will come at you, and the situation will be even worse than the bureaucratic system of a millennial empire. I like the pragmatic quality in you. I'm sure it will make your life even more wonderful. The people will be impressed and line up to tackle the problems for you. Oh, don't be mad. Some make troubles and others deal with the troubles. That happens. You know, every question has a questioner when they are raised. Likewise, every error has a corrector when they are corrected. That's how we get to know them. The Correctors, an ancient profession. Their duty is to remove the loose threads and iron out the wrinkles on the carpets. In the language of this island, that is to check the calculations on the papyri and even the holes on the punched tapes.
电脑里的打孔指是什么东西？
No one is capable of doing this job except the altruists, because it is similar to unraveling a ball of wool. Besides finding the end of the threads, you must always pay attention to the cats. Yes, the cats. They may jump on the ball and make things even worse. And she, the red-haired little girl with the carpet in her arms, was overwhelmed at the beginning. Not yet familiar with the ruler, she tried her best to find the end of the threads. So the cats took the opportunity to jump on her together and left countless scratches on that little forehead. Poor girl. See, that's the problem every corrector has to deal with. Their job is to correct errors. But what if their own existence is also part of the errors? Oh, it's no big deal. There is more than one loom in this world. She left the complicated patterns behind and came to this simple kingdom featuring numbers only. There she made the first contact with a spinning loom named geometry. She had never seen anything like that before, and it was almost impossible for her to comprehend how it worked. She could hardly convert the numbers on the books into an actual diagram in her brain. Without a whole picture of what she was working on, she resorted to her hard work and more hard work. Then a long time passed, leaving one wound after another on her fingers. Later, the wounds even became calluses. In the end, her hands were no longer tender, but tough enough to resist the damage from the loom. Yes, she has won a place on this island for herself. Yes, she's a quick learner. She learned even faster than some of the locals. But that was not enough, because she has been outmatched by her playmate, the leading one in the field of mathematics on the island. That girl is like a perfect piece of satin born by nature. It is decorated by the beauty of mathematics and geometry. No manual work involved. In order to reach the showcase where that perfect piece lies, and to stay on the right track and fit into the school, she has done everything she could. But, she is still the most distinctive carpet there. Anyone can tell that as long as they spend some time on the island. Of course not. So she will continue to weave on the loom until one day the spindle pierces her callus and the fire burns everything to the ground. Shh. I should stop here. You know that mathematician who was thrown into the sea? He died because he said something he shouldn't have. Cut not wood on a public road. Open not an unwanted bottle. I don't know what to say next. I guess the best line for this circumstance is, see you later.
他就这样就跑了，行吧？要反正是讲说他是怎么过来这边是吧？可以尽管转一下他在这边的经过。
Wait a second, just a second. Isn't this still the dungeon? Are you setting us up?
All caves are interconnected. This is the way to our sacred place.
37, wait. I remember Sophia once told us that trespassing on the sacred place is a serious...
No worries. The restrictions were to help us not be distracted by the unimportant details in life. It would not stop us from seeking the truth.
真的没问题吗？这没问题吗？
Excellent. I will tell it to the Abraxas when it shows up. Huh? Hey, 37. Are you sure this is the right way? My heart just sank as if I took a bite of those overnight potato chips.
Are you scared?
Oh, you wish. But when I was exploring underground with Lilia earlier, we ran into some fog like this one. Oh, it doesn't bring you any wanted guess, mind you.
Maybe you were their target because you are an irrational number.
Oh, is that so? You integers will be fine then. Good luck. Don't beg this pirate for help later.
Hold that. Something is coming out.
Huh? Rooster ahead with 2 snakes as its feet. Abraxas. That's weird. Why are they here?
They're coming for us. Ha! What did I say? Don't bet.
Regulus, prepare for battle.
Okay, I know. I was just teasing her.
Huh?
The stone bangle is activated. But they're just Abraxas. Regulus, wait for their attack. Do not kill them.
What? What kind of request is this?
Listen to me, Regulus. That's of prime importance.
Fine. If it is of prime importance, this pirate will try her best.
完了，为什么连打这个都要把自己的命给差点赔上了？这手环到底在搞啥？
Look at my back.
界定的纪律不可打破。方每回合第一个行动角色，直到下一个回合开始前无法再次行动。期间受到伤害降低30%。
Relax. Take it easy. My child, here's something fun for you. Handle it gently.
Fine.
Hey.
A little trick.
让他们晕的那个动作也太可爱了吧！
Take it easy.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Try for free. Try for free.
A little trick.
How dare you? Bloody prom.
ВДВ. Сколько побед?
The ocean dried and I'm alone again. Swallow my exhaust. Breathe. How dare you?
Хорошо. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Take it easy.
Don't blink.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
I still have 10 more songs to play.
These are not the same kind of Abraxas as we've encountered before. Do they have different...
Wait, where is Miss 37?
Oh.
Hey! Come on, keep up! Did she just take off like that while we fought? Sneaky little... We should leave too, Vertin!
Wait a second, Regulus. Do you sense anything familiar in the fog?
Uh-huh, you bet. This is the first guest room we were put in when we first entered the island.
No, Captain. This apple has the same strange feeling. We saw the rise of Ceres in the same kind of fog. And before that...
That's the same fog as in the Elitial space.
That is to say... This fog is the cause of our illusion to see the Ceres and the Abraxas' attack.
Don't rush to conclusions. Follow 37 first. Oh, and what's that series you were talking about?
不是旁边那个亮亮的，害我好像感觉好像什么东西可以捡一样。
I just picked up a piece of paper. Like this, just bent over and reached to the ground.
Huh?
What book is it?
Oh, probably just some math problems left from the critter's breakfast. You never know. Wait, the compounds of alchemy. The 12 gates leading to the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone.
星期又从地板上捡东西了。
This is that alchemy handbook given to Edward IV by George Ripley. Why is it here?
Look at this, Captain. Of the Great Stone of the Ancients by Basil Valentine. The 112 books by Geber. Emerald's tablet in Latin. Seems like there are more ancient texts about alchemy hidden inside the hole. But they are all...
So maybe I need to crack some more crossword puzzles to find out about this.
Our caves endow people with wisdom. Our secret knowledge is hidden in the silent boulder walls.
不知何时3次已经站在洞穴的另一端，等我有点恐
The
怖。
knowledge in those books is just a drop in the ocean. Follow me, Regulus.
他不会这样叫形体。
Vertin, you lot go ahead. Go with 37. I will meet you outside.
You want to read these books here?
The knowledge passed down through language can easily be distorted. Compared to the wisdom of a Peron, it's nothing.
No, I'm not going to stay here. I'm going back. Oh, all right. I might as well just admit that your cave indeed has the power to give people insights. If I follow its lead, perhaps I'll finally work out the answer about that little thing I've been carrying with me. Never thought that I'd find the answer here. Easy as picking up a shell on a beach.
What? You don't want to get closer to the truth?
Oh, of course I do. And that's precisely why I don't want to get to it so easily. I don't want it to be fed into my brain. Come on, it's the ultimate truth that we're talking about. If someone just tells me the ending of Lord of the Flies before I enjoy the book, I will throw them into the sea as you people do.
Oh. I only met 2 people who reject the truth. So this is the mindset of irrational numbers. I see. Thank you for being my subject of observation, Regulus. Go, Vertin. We have a long way ahead.
Be careful, Regulus.
Don't worry, I know this place well enough by now. After all, I've never been so welcomed in any other place ever. Critters, monsters, creatures with strange heads. Do you worse. This pirate is not afraid of you.
Hmm. 我还是觉得怪怪的。哈，更多的希望。
Fine.
It could be found.
No worries.
Don't blink.
Are you a rational numbers? Rational. Stop.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Isn't that?
A little trick.
Oh, there's a bubble. It could be found. Isn't that?
Fine.
Intersect and divide. Are you a rational numbers?
Don't blink.
That's troublesome.
ВДВ. Сколько побед?
Relax.
Swallow my exhaust.
I smell the scent of mint oil.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
It could be found. The final demonstration.
Right win.
Oh, there's a bubble. Welcome to the world of numbers.
Fine.
No worries.
Isn't that?
A little trick.
I smell the scent of mint oil. Oh, there's a bubble. Huh.
One of some peaceful moments.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
It could be found. Apeiron, the boundless, the beginning of all things. Everything originates from it and returns to it. Infinity has no start and no end. But nothing would come into existence if there's only infinity. Look up there, Vertin. Now they are presenting in their true forms. In their purest and newest forms. Our world was born from the wounds on infinity. When it's cut by finity, the patterns of the cutting are what we call mathematics. Thus, the essences of numbers exist inside all beings, and the patterns of all numbers exist in all matters. The length of a butterfly's wings and its body are in golden ratio, and the plant leaves grow on their stems in the pattern of the Fibonacci spiral. This is the most primitive rhythm of Arcanum, and it is also the beginning of our extraordinary study. This is the essence.
And how do I submit my proof?
Close your eyes, Vertin. Only when your eyes are closed will your mind open up. Now, stay fully concentrated and recall the question you want to verify. Only in the absolute contemplation can truth reveal itself to you.
不知道要怎么验证。真的更高，看得更远，超多永恒轮转的生之巨轮凌驾于奔腾不息的时间长河之上。先是无，然后是有，先是一，然后是二，其三，先是点，然后线，再是面。
The emanation, the storm syndrome. Where are they from? Foundation, Manus Vindictae, Aperon. What roles do they play? Why does the storm fall when history trembles? Why doesn't the storm fall into the misty land? What is the ingredient of asymmetrical nuclide R?
The world is a dark underground labyrinth. But Numa can guide us to go beyond all things and reach the exit. Vertin, can you see it?
It's burning!
和死亡相接的袖口传来了灼热的触感，不是这时候吗？经历了真理王国在顷刻间消隐无踪，取而代之的是无限的混乱。
What's going on? Is somebody fighting with the Manus now? What's happening outside the cave?
Vertin, why are you straying? The meditation goes beyond control. You will be thrown out of here. This would be a foolish mistake. The repair on this is...
不是，是那个十环在搞事。
Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live, including thee.
$37! 37!
所有美妙的图景都消失了。冰冷的岩洞深处，传说之手的门徒正在疯狂用头撞击着墙壁，在他们脚下三七不醒人士一躺着，然后口中发出含糊不清的呓语。只有一座石质的遗迹，冷漠地俯瞰一切。
What happened? Were all those illusions? If it weren't for the heat of the stone bangle that wakes me up, would I go as crazy as they did? This stone reminds me of the spinning wheel.
好在这个皮质小箱并未丢失在灵芝和抽象迷宫中。
The collector of asymmetric nuke. If the reagent turns gold after reacting with the fog here, that means the fog contains elements that can be immune to the storm.
一抹金色浮现在管中，这是从前未发生过的。
The color changed faster than I thought. The concentration of R is hundreds of times, no, thousands of times higher than in the Manus. In other words, whoever owns this cave can produce the protective equipment of the storm in big numbers. Is that the reason why Arcana is here?
三七在幻觉中翻了一个身。
Oh, Mother, our model. Has it failed? Has it...
I need to take 37 out of here. So the Abraxas were people from the manors. The fog here can affect people's minds, like those around the lake in my suitcase. Have the manors found a way to launch attacks without being... Or don't they care about the price they will be paying anymore? I hope Regulus didn't throw my words to the wind. I have to get rid of them first, and go out to join the others.
这个十环真的有点麻烦。
Who ate beans?
The peace agreement no longer works. Or is it safe as long as the contracting parties have no intention to fight? The conditions are not clear. A reckless attack may lead to the punishment of the Bangle. I have to be careful with the method and timing of attacking.
Relax. Handle it gently. Take it easy.
Fine.
Thank you for your cooperation.
A little bit hot here.
Don't blink.
看来这镜头拉这么远，一定是有个大家伙。
Wait. The body is melting. It turns into a seed. So this is how the manors fight against the restrictions. They sacrifice one man to feed another.
这种子也不能打。
Handle it gently.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
My child, here's something fun for you.
Oh.
Oh, it's a bubble.
Take it easy. No worries.
Isn't that
Flying handbag for only 3,000 papered aunties.
The sacrificed follower has been absorbed by the seed. Is this some kind of ritual?
In no cave, one can see the form of everything.
37? Can you hear me?
Mother.
Хорошо.
the final demonstration?
Bloody prom. Handle it gently.
Oh.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
The ocean dried and I'm alone again.
The dead followers turned into geometric symbols. Is it because... So the seed is the form of Manus Vindictae?
The forms transcend all matters.
我靠！过来！
Things are not as simple as I thought. I must make a plan and exercise great care.
ВДВ. Сколько побед?
Relax.
Take it easy.
Swallow my exhaust.
Please, don't resist.
Try for free. Try for free.
Stop. In peaceful moments.
Handle it gently.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Relax.
A little bit hot here.
Don't blink.
Bloody prom.
A perfect argument.
Fine.
No worries.
The ocean dried and I'm alone again.
Are you irrational members?
到了就死掉。
Right wind.
I smell the scent of mint in it.
Isn't that?
Хорошо. Хорошо.
Oh, it's a bubble.
Right wind. A little trick.
Form of Manus Vindictae. It's more distorted than I thought. It's all over.
Victory? Okay, but what does it mean to us? Vertin, finally! The Manus suddenly emerged everywhere like ants. Lilia and I couldn't take them all down. I would have acted sooner if you hadn't told me not to pick fights.
Bleen, all they want is to attack, even if their blood will be sucked out. Insane! Back when we were spying on them, I told Sanetta to screw the peace agreement through the radio. I knew those geometry psychos and the Manus would go mad sooner or later. They were not that crazy when they were solving the math problems. There!
Oh.
What the hell happened down there?
The cave is the key to be immune to the storm. There is a cave on this island, which has the same effect as my suitcase. That's what—
What?
But hasn't she also put on the stone bangle? Even if she can break free from that bangle, there is no way she'd let her followers keep carrying out suicide attacks. And if she has signed that peace agreement, how will she take the cave from a Byron?
Vertin?
3七睁开眼睛了，进来。在那永恒超验的天屋之上，亮起了一排过分明亮的耀星。
What's that?
啊？ 传道者之厅内外来聚集，然后访客还在翻阅着古老的书籍。
I'm afraid you have overstayed your welcome, Ms. Arcana. I have to regrettably remind you not to overstep the boundaries, despite the great help you've given to us.
I take not thought for needless disputes. But to ask a simple question. The great philosophers. Ye seek the ancient wisdom, follow the sage's teaching, and pursue the noble virtues. You are separated from the world for thousands of years. And you have not gained the human's understanding, nor have you sought for it. I find pleasure in this allegory of the cave. However, hast this been unto thee? That too led us to the exile in this cave.
What 显然有序如何与愿回传，不是哪来的
What are they? I've never seen these before.
为什么会有这个
Why are they here? These things should not appear on this island.
对啊，我靠，等等，头戴了，真假的
No! 37 no!
？What the fuck？ 永恒回归的洋流被阻断了，在那各守缄默的海岸上，一艘黑色军舰正被攻打了，有人在攻打王国。
Did you bring the humans' army here?
Why? What the fuck, this?
Who ate beans?
没有刚那些战斗机跟那个军舰是基金会还是重塑之手的？我傻眼 ！What the fuck？
Thank you for your cooperation.
A little trick.
数字王国到底还要发生什么事情？
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
It could be found. Relax.
Right wing.
Intersect and divide.
大家应该要让凯哥直接出来笑他们。
No worries. Even that. Relax. Intersect and divide. Come back to me. So troublesome. Give me some peaceful moments. It could be found. Give me some peaceful moments. Given that.
对，
Give me some peaceful moments. The final demonstration. It could be found. Welcome to the world of numbers. Uh-huh.
非常节目。
Hi. Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Oh. Don't blink.
挂饰。OK， 特别篇。对了，特别篇是基金会热啊。稍微等一下哦。
Raindrops never actually fall. They are motion. Wow! So this is the library in Burton's school! So many people here. They're probably around my age.
一袭沙普绿要落地，缝线学校图书馆中上下起伏的音调，如同永不停歇的带句鸟儿。
We've also got this many shelves in the library of Sotheby's Manor. Are there any alchemy workshops and potion warehouses here, like in our manor?
小淑女踮起脚尖，好奇地东张西望。
Where can I find Miss Buanish? Madame Z told me to come here, but she didn't give any other clues. The people here really need Mr. Teacapper, who is always nice and warm to the guests. Just twist his teapot ear, then he can take you anywhere. If not so, placing a luck-a-day potion at the entrance would help as well. If I had made it before I came, Miss Buanish and I might have met by now. Or she will just pop up behind me. Are you looking for me? Oh my word! Oops, that was too loud. Where are my manners? Nice to meet you. Are you Miss Buanish?
Okay.
That's fantastic. How did you find me? Did you see me in the Oneiromancy? Or through a crystal orb? Either way, it is the great Arcanum. I'm much greater than that. Look at you, dressed as if you'd just been to a ball. You are as eye-catching as the pigment board on a sketch. I saw you the moment I came into the library. Oh. Does the foundation hold balls too? Non, I'm saying... Est-ce que tous les amis de Vertine parlent comme ça? Never mind. Madame Z told me you wanted to look up the materials on the mysterious school that believes in numbers here. That's right. Miss Mossel told me she will thoroughly check the documents in the Foundation archive. So I'll go through the books in the SPDM library. If we can find anything about that school, we can be of more help to Vertin and her team. I'm sorry, Miss Sotheby, but I'm afraid the situation is going to disappoint you. While you spend the last hour looking for Teacatler's ear, the kind-hearted monitor assistant already gained valuable access to the library. But I haven't found any records regarding the mysterious school that believes in numbers yet. 晴天霹雳。Oh, but
idea that they can cover the entire back of a Stronsay beast.
That's a bit exaggerated, but she's right. Nevertheless, the librarian was transferred to a more important position years ago due to the storm. Many old books are not yet sorted. Some even went missing in the chaos. The only relevant materials I could find are the stories of Pythagoras and some books on mathematical theorems. But I don't think they have anything to do with Vertine's issue.
That means I can't do anything to help them.
Oh dear.
Please stop being emotional. It doesn't work on this professional member of the Foundation. Without field investigation permission, I can't take you out to collect information. But in fact, there is still another reference room only known to the most outstanding monitor assistant.
Hooray!
Shh, shh, shh. It's a violation to make noises in the library. Please follow me, Miss Sotheby.
高耸的书架，陌生的环境，机会渺茫的任务，女孩们穿梭其中，如同灵巧而活泼的鱿鱼。
Thank you so much, Miss Buanish. You mentioned ball. I haven't heard that word for a very long time. I remember what Mr. Carson, my butler, had taught me. He said, express your gratitude to fair ladies by holding a grand ball. I'll write to my father and ask for a brand new, unsinkable and maneuverable rock and roll park.
Maneuverable rock and roll park?
Yes. We can hold a twist ball on it when Bertin and her team are back.
Please allow me to say no. The monitor assistant of SPDM will never participate in such an inelegant activity. Wait, did you just say Bertin and her team?
看怎么样？这直接迷之脸红诶，想到14行诗了，是不是？
We can talk about the ball later. The kind-hearted Matilda Buanish will try her best to help you with the task. But, of course, it's only out of her sense of responsibility, not for some personal reasons. 为了便于给将来的时代丰补上应有片段，也为了收容眼下尚不紧要的文件与报告，人们把它做成类似小方夹子，并抹上灰白的墙面。在这段也许会持续许久的糟糕时间里，或许可以称之为历史的注脚。 Here we are. The reference room storing unnecessary information. It's a place ignored by most staff. Even so, this careful, reliable monitor assistant will not let go of any details. I hereby officially appoint you as the Chief Assistant of Monitor Assistant of SPDM. I will take my responsibility and teach you how to become a devoted Foundation member.
Huh.
Here is your first task. Read through these unsorted old files. All of them.
纪律协助辅导员拿下一份蒙水文件，里面的纸质已经发黄。
I have searched all the archived ones. These are the last parts. Most of them are discarded administrative documents, low-priority materials, and substandard reports written by rookie investigators. By the way, you should know I didn't sort any of them out for you, and they don't necessarily have what you want.
It's all right. Leave them to me. I love reading.
You'd better do. Here's the key. Keep it safe. You can sit on the cushions there when you sort out the files. I don't want your dress to stain the stone bench.
I'll go see if I missed any files. Listen, this monitor assistant will test you on your familiarity with these files when she's back.
3个小时。
Double check completed. Looks like I didn't miss any relevant files. Phew, quite a long day. I doubt if that spoiled lady can finish all the materials. She must have been bored and fallen asleep, waiting for her tea kettler in the dream. It takes much more than dancing at balls to be a Foundation investigator. I'll send her back to that teacher when she wakes up. In the end, it will be the kind-hearted Matilda who finishes the task for her. Being a great monitor assistant comes with great responsibility.
会不会直接打脸？
Oh, Miss Boanish! You didn't fall asleep. Did you sort out these files?
真的在分类。
Yes, and I love these books in uncommon shapes. There are so many wonderful stories. I often read books with Sasana when Father wasn't at home. We read and read until the red bomb waves woke up the sun. Moreover, these files are much easier than Miss Moisson's reading to us. Here, the gentleman from River Conway tamed a whole group of Avanks. How marvelous is that? Oh, okay. Looks like you meet the basic requirements for being a rookie investigator. Tu es plus ou moins qualifié pour être mon assistante en chef. And I also found this interesting report. It tells a lot about the storm and the numbers. Will this be helpful to Burton? Show it to me.
这份报告没有起始，但上面的笔记公正而清晰，似乎可以从中窥见记录者一丝不苟的性格。
I have to say, it is undoubtedly a violation to submit such a report, but it will be a travesty of the truth and human sense if I cover it up.
Peace, sense, justice. They have always been the creeds in my heart, and are now the reason why I have decided to write down the whole thing. A long time has passed since the first attack of the most severe crisis in our time, but we are still wondering. That was the eve of the millennium, of which no one had any memories, illogically. The next day, time was already reversed to 1996 the moment we opened our eyes. We walked out of the building made of grey and white marble as usual, hardly aware that the sun we bathed in was from another time. Our survival was unexpected and almost unbelievable in such a calamity which swept the globe. Why did the headquarters of the Foundation survive the reverse? Why couldn't we find our younger selves in the outside world? Did any other region survive it as we did? What was the cause behind this calamity? I didn't know, nor did anyone else. Things remained unclear until time was reversed again. This time, we all witnessed that rain in the 80s.
These files Burton needs? I think so. It's a report written by someone who witnessed the storm. And it has recorded the storms before Burton became the timekeeper. Before she became the timekeeper? Whoa. So Vertin wasn't born a timekeeper.
She didn't tell you that? Wait, no one is born a timekeeper. It's not an inherited title. Anyway, this report includes the secret chronology only accessible to the core members of the Foundation. You can only check it under the supervision of the monitor assistant before you become a No matter what the reason is, it shouldn't have been shoved in this dusty room like rubbish. To evaluate its authenticity and risk, the genius Matilda Boiniche will fulfill her duty as the monitor assistant and carry out a thorough inspection of this report. If you agree to this resolution, please nod, Assistant Sotheby.
这段话充满了晦涩而陌生的名词。好在淑女早就已经决定自己回答。现在都还有这个手。
That was 1985. A gloomy, miserable night compared to that peaceful morning in 1996, when we were only bothered by confusion. We didn't expect time to be reversed again, nor did we understand the consequence. Even now, I still remember Paulina's desperate cry. One of her hens was already inside the safe area when she fell at the entrance to the headquarters. And that was the only part of her left to us the next second. The only legacies we found were an engagement ring on that hand and her favorite blue polka dot scarf, which we used to wrap her remains in the end. To be honest, I admired those who still remained calm and sympathized with the arcanists on the edge of mental breakdown. It had nothing to do with the 1/4 arcanist blood in my body. It was only the kind of empathy which all mankind would share out of instinct in the face of a hopeless calamity. We lost many, too many colleagues. In the materials they sent back, we even saw all the horrifying phenomena, such as one's veins turning into electric wires. Since then, the storm, a word simply taken from visual observation, has been used to refer to the calamity. Of course, we can have a word for the calamity itself. But what words should we use to conclude all the absurdity and panic? Before the storm, we were all familiar with time. It was supposed to be a straight line connecting the past and the future. We followed the line to move forward. We broke free from ignorance. We built civilizations. We developed technologies. We promoted the well-being of mankind. And we improved our living conditions step by step. We were so sure that we were making progress on the right path. But then, the path was taken away all of a sudden. Oh, time, our closest old friend, where are you taking us? Back to the two most painful war times in the 20th century? The era when no one had ever heard the hiss of steam engines, or the century when mankind was yet to be enlightened? So far, mankind has achieved a lot in history. Dynamos, automobiles, flyovers, railways, hospitals, poorhouses. But if it goes on like this, what is the point of all the efforts we have made? Now we are like a shipwreck left on the island of time, witnessing the fall of the whole modern world in the unstoppable tsunami. Even though the Foundation has lost a lot of staff members, they are still doing fine compared to Laplace. My younger brother was a good example. He was the most sensible person I have ever known. On the first day of the second reverse, he told me, in a calm manner,
"At least we have reaffirmed that Newton was right. There was never an arrow of time in classical mechanics. neither in relativity nor quantum mechanics. That means this is absolutely normal. Whether the time goes backwards or forwards, even if it starts spinning around like a tabletop football player, they're not against the law of physics. We can go back in time and give Poincaré a Medal of Great Profit.
太疯了吧
The next day, he almost fell off the 6th floor due to excessive drinking. All the perceptions of time and space developed to this day were overthrown. We couldn't find any theories to explain the storm in any existing researches. There could only be 2 reasons for this situation. Either we've been completely wrong all the time, or we've come to a brand new world. And this new world can never make sense in the way of science, or that of physics. It cannot be verified by an independent third party, and it is impossible to be comprehended through reasoning. Is it true that we have been going the wrong way? Is it true that those once proven wrong by history, those arcanists who claim to possess gnosis, are actually on the right path? In fact, the one who put an end to the chaos was indeed not a human. This thing, I had no idea what it was. It claimed to be a machine which never stops working. It laughed at the limitations of our brains and the metaphysical mistakes we make ceaselessly. But it did solve the most urgent issue. A system was built to tackle storm-relevant emergencies after it took charge of Laplace.
这剪影是谁啊
The first measure it adopted was contacting all the existing branches of the foundations at the time to confirm the scale of available manpower. Then it built observation stations all over the globe to find if there were any other regions immune to the storm. After that, numerous offices responsible for deducing the cause of the storm were established. Even though there were countless disagreements during the research, at least we had taken the first step. I handed in the application to take part in this mission, determined to get rid of the fog in my mind. In 1986, I was assigned to the office in Egypt. All my friends came to the dock to see me off, because we knew it could be the final goodbye. Even though we were equipped with the emergency communication devices issued by Laplace, we were still not clear when the storm would assault us, or where we could hide nearby. What really scared me was not the threat to my life, but the possibility of dying ignorant. Then I boarded the ship to Alexandria from Athens. And that was when I met her. Now when I recall it, it was almost impossible to ignore that group of arcanists on the ship. There were about a dozen of them, all in eccentric stitched robes. They were followers of a strange school which mixes arcanum and mathematics. I talked to them. No matter how much that conversation bewilders me now, I was more excited than confused at the time. They also survived the storm in 1996, and they noticed the unusual changes taking place in the world as well. That means I actually met another group of survivors from the millennium.
应该是神奇吗？像他说他是用女生的他。
Wait! A school of arcanists who survived the storm? A mixture of arcanum and mathematics. The ship on the Mediterranean. Unbelievable. Our investigator actually met this group of arcanists who believed in numbers, and even left some...
Does it mean we are close to being helpful to Vertin?
Certainly. It's what we deserve for all the efforts today. But Why did they leave such an important report in the reference room storing unnecessary information? Did they misput it here after the chaos of the storm?
Among them, the most easygoing one was Hugh. He was an engineer as well as an arcanist. We shared the same preference for human technology, and that became our common topic. Hugh was in his 30s, red-haired, cheeks sunken, and deeply depressed due to some kind of eye disease. He was a decent man with a prudent attitude, working at a desk most of the time. He reminded me of the imperial miniature painting artists in the Sultan's palace. Most of them ended up blind after toiling for their life. He showed me the picture of his daughter. I don't have children, but I could feel his happiness as a father. Although I got along well with Hugh, he seemed quite out of place among that group, which was actually led by her. I don't know what words to use to describe her. She was like a meteor shower, a tempest, or an unreasonable catastrophe itself. Her existence was just like her name. It was simple, yet implied a lot. Please forgive me for my cowardice. Even now, I don't have the courage to write down her name, if one would call that a name. In fact, she was quite a kind, warm-hearted person. Among all the unregistered arcanists I've met, she was one of the nicest ones towards the Foundation. She looked young, even though I heard she had a daughter too. Besides, she still possessed the innocence of a child, and that kind of excitement exclusive for genius. That's right. It seemed the whole world was like a sparkling toy to her. Our communication was heart-stirring at the beginning. Both of us were eager to find out what was happening, like two shipwrecked victims grappling at each other on the sea. But I didn't have the slightest idea what she was talking about, actually. The problem was not the typical communication issues between humans and arcanists. I was sure the language we used didn't pose any obstacles, but still I couldn't understand any words of hers. I would believe that one is highly intelligent if one can name all the factors of 11,567 without thinking. But what this one said was illogical nonsense which no one could ever imagine. She claimed that there is a world of numbers, above all else, where the non-physical essences of all things exist in the form of timeless, absolute, unchangeable ideas, and that the physical world where the time flows is nothing but an appendage, which has never been real or true. And that's why the chaos in this world is not worth any attention, and we should focus on what happened to the supreme existence. What an utter disaster combining modern maths with ancient superstition. I saw another hubristic arcanist pretending to be the prophet by reliving Platonism. I don't even bother to mention the balderdash on soul numbers. Even the New Age movement could use some of her absurdity. But that was not yet the end. She even claimed to be aware of the exact year when the next reverse would happen. But when I asked her about it seriously, she said,
My apologies. I've made an oath. I shall and only shall reveal the demonstration to people who have their own soul numbers.
I'm not sure whether she was making fun of me or being serious, but I had this feeling that she was eager to tell me how she was granted the secret through a moment of afflatus. It seemed she just saw through the laws behind all things instead of finding them through logical deduction.
Can't you see it? It is right in front of you.
After I expressed my inability to comprehend her words 30 times, she finally gave up and proffered regrets. I'd rather take it as a new kind of humiliation. What really irritated me about her, however, was her contempt towards science and all the scientific research methods. As far as I'm concerned, the value of a theory lies in its reliability, universality, and generalizability. Our pursuit of the truth has laid the foundation of modern science, allowing us to change the world. Yet, in her eyes, the value of a theory lies in its beauty.
因为没有那种把结合科学形状
I
的美。
talked to her on the current situation, and I told her how we would save lives and preserve the hard-earned technology of mankind if we could find the pattern of the storm. It was of course not an easy thing to do and would take enormous manpower, so I asked her sincerely to join
可以
the
又
foundation.
还。
Yet again she responded with contempt. She believed they would only become another military squad of the Foundations.
Darling, maths are beautiful for their uselessness. That's why it remains noble and graceful in this sordid world, despite you humans' reckless action of using it to calculate ballistic.
She turned down my invitation and left an unfairly negative comment on our storm observation project.
The observation stations you built are destined to be toppled because their basis is the fragile world that follows the laws of physics. The efforts you've made are like nails on a sand beach, which will only be carried away by the next tidal wave.
But I said, perhaps our efforts are in vain, but someone has to do it. We will try every corner of the beach before making the conclusion that the world we are living in is already a hopeless ruin.
What a pragmatic, rigorous, and rational speech. But dear, the world is a hopeless ruin.
The conversation ended in disagreement. I don't know why arcanists hate the world so much. Perhaps the reason is they have never been truly accepted. To this day, I still remember her venomous conclusion.
The world built on past experiences has ended. In your words, which you used to mock us, why not embrace the reality?
为什么？
Yet about the gnosis which she deeply believed in, and the so-called prophecies she made through numbers, she had never given any proofs or details that showed rigorous logic. And the reason for her inactions was an oath she had made before some stone? Therefore I believed her words were only the nonsense of a lunatic. When we first met, I saw she was different from all the psychos, who mistook the malfunction of their prefrontal cortex as the will of God. But they turned out to be the same. In the name of human sense, I swore everything she said was absurd and ridiculous to me. Until...
他看到他启蒙是不是？还是那个吃豆子的部分？
Madame Z said the arcanists on that island are all named after numbers, because they have a strong belief that numbers are the essence of their souls. The investigator wouldn't write down her name. Is it because of the conflict between their beliefs?
Hmm. 可是什么数字会让他觉得不能写？
Submitting such an unfinished report would only cause problems for the reviewers and evaluators. But this investigator didn't even write down their name.
Don't worry, Ms. Burnish. I'm familiar with this situation. Every time, after the brave Typhon defeats Jupiter, he returns to the Auto Island. But each time we twist the ear of Mr. Glassbox, Typhon will show up again and again. Ms. Moisson told me. The ear is the key to bringing back our hope.
Wait, don't tell me you are talking about the shows on the mechanical television. Stop, Miss Sotheby. Please, take a seat on the cushion and listen to me carefully. This is a detailed report written by a formal investigator of the Foundations, not some TV show full of cliffhangers. That means we will definitely find the rest somewhere.
Oh, I see. Must be a Coco treant who took away the other part of the book. Usually, they will be attracted by Luna Fixer, and by following their traces, we'll find their lairs in the stable.
You mean someone took it away? That's highly possible. Data loss is not allowed in the Foundation, especially under the Monitor Assistance Management.
We must prepare Luna Fixer. Don't forget their favorite jigging magical beans. I don't have those materials with me right now, but I can write to them. It only takes a month.
这番跳跃的对话着实让严谨的纪律府员有点难以忍受。
We don't need that.
马蒂尔达深呼吸一口气，坚定地掏出自己的水晶球。他脸上出现了自在必得的笑容。
You've perfectly accomplished the task from me when you found this valuable report. Well done, Assistant Sotheby. Now it's time for the great Matilda to show a little bit of her greatness.
要用他的神秘术了。白天当然没有月光，但谁说占卜不能咨询太阳
？Judging from the omen, it's at the northwest, the beginning and the ending of the ring, where the wall reflects repeatedly.
马蒂尔达小心地捧着水晶球，试图解读里面模糊不清的光景。苏富比好奇地跟在他身后。
The northwest of SPDM. This one is straightforward. The beginning and the ending of the ring is not a problem either. The icon of the computing center is exactly the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail. Here we are. But where the wall reflects repeatedly, does that mean a closed room with mirrors? The mirror in the display center is a huge kinescope in the wall. And the one in the airtight laboratory is a crystal clear observation window. The one in the rehab center? No. The mirrors in the operation room have been replaced with curved electronic screens of steel structure after that xenopilot made a scene. So, where is the answer? Hey! You just hit me! Shouldn't you apologize?
Where did you come from, dork? Wasting my time.
What? How could he say that? That's rude!
That gentleman doesn't look well. He's covering his face. His nose is running with purple liquid. Oh dear, he needs treatment immediately. Oh, if only I had brought the Phoenix Heart nerves with me.
He ran towards the rehab center. Nothing to worry about. Just another patient trying to prove he has recovered.
光芒的人影早已消失得无影无踪，似乎没有任何人注意到这儿的风波。
The rehab center has all the facilities and medicines he needs. He will be properly treated. But why is he wearing the uniform of Laplace? And where's the receptionist here?
科算中心的大厅里寂静无声，往日繁忙的前台不见人影，只有自动认证装置在闪着银色光。
Does everyone go to the weekend party night?
临时的调查员好奇地探头探脑，似乎打定主意要在某一个角落找出一台派对留声机。
Absolutely not. The researchers here are too busy to do that. The computing center is working on the most urgent and vital project, the research on the immunity to the storm. We should not disturb them unless it's an emergency. So please stop calling the office and put down the telephone, Miss Sotheby. This is not the ear of a tea kettler, and it won't take you to any twist balls.
联邦发生机筒压奖，显着消耗了纪律辅员的耐心。
Je sais qu'il est débutante, mais quand même, elle est trop bizarre. Guide new members with caution and patience. Trigger the afflatus at the right time. J'avoue que Verten a remporté une victoire temporaire sur ça.
机器的逐步声回到马蒂尔达的身后，打断了他小声的咕噜。
Miss Burnish, I just read the map on the counter. You mentioned where the wall reflects repeatedly. Does the vision refer to the racquetball center here? You see, its icon is a bouncing ball.
Let me take a look. Found it! This is really the right direction. Next, empty boxes, glasswares, and copper pieces. Looks like our destination has piles of metal.
水晶球上的预兆越发清晰地昭示着他们正走在正确的方向上。纪律辅员的心情也随之大好。
Good job, Assistant Sotheby. I have to say, I might have gone a bit too hard on you. You are more capable than I thought. Thanks to your prompt reminder, we have saved quite some time.
Sotheby is glad to help.
小淑女在一旁蹦蹦跳跳，目光始终好奇地停留在马蒂尔达的水晶球上。
Miss Burnish, since you're such a talented diviner, why don't you just divine the reason for the storm with your inherited arcanum ability? According to Ms. Moisson, the reason still remains a mystery. If the crystal orb can reveal its truth, everything will be much easier for Vertin and her team.
Divine the reason for the storm?
意想不到的名词令大占卜师一个越剧间接将水晶球失手打落。
That's impossible for sure. It's a typical mistake of laymen to believe one can see everything through divination. You are an expert on potions and arcane creatures, but you have little knowledge on other subjects. Haven't you received any systematic education on arcanum?
Education in Arcanum? I'm of course well educated in Arcanum, with Ms. Moisson as my tutor, and my arcane friends such as Typhon from the Auto Island, Jupiter, and...
Alright, enough!
马蒂尔达摇摇头，如只是货币在说出一个无人听闻的神秘动物的学名。
I have understood the fact that the education you have received is not systematical, or say incomplete, imperfect, inelegant. But don't worry, because you are talking to the kind-hearted Matilda. She will spend her valuable time to make it up for you.
了不起的学术教员清了清喉咙，开始回忆起自己12岁上课的内容。
In fact, the system of arcanum knowledge is not completely separated from that of human science. For example, the modern pharmacy and chemistry actually originated from the experiments of potions and alchemy in the ancient times. They developed into two different systems because arcanists focused more on the knowledge ignored by scientists. The knowledge we learn from divination is exactly under this category.
Wow!
收布比的眼睛兴奋地睁大了。 马蒂尔达掏出笔记本，有模有样地在上面勾勒了几笔。
Let me fill you in with more details. If two human researchers test Snell's law at two different places at the same time without making any mistakes, they will always reach the same conclusion. Or if two potionists use the same ingredients and follow the same formula to make the cough cough stop stop potion separately, their products will also have similar effects. However, if two diviners respectively perform divination on the same thing, they will probably see totally different visions. Because what the divination shows is merely omens. The interpretation of these omens is in fact a kind of subjective deduction based on the reality, and there is no such thing as a standard answer. Even if the two diviners draw the same conclusion, it is more of a coincidence than a result that implies generalizability. So diviners never check the accuracy of their divination through the review of peers. And this is an example of gnosis. Unlike human sense, it is unique and possesses no universality.
马蒂尔达收起笔记本，对苏富比摇晃了手指。
In other words, even if someone finds out a reason for the storm through divination, they can't have other diviners verify it, because 100 different diviners will give out 100 different conclusions. The scene will be even busier than a concert at Musikverein. That being said, the more possible result we get from the divination is nothing. Divination cannot bring knowledge which the diviners have never learned. The divination of such world-class knowledge, as complicated as the reason for the storm, can only be performed by world-class diviners. We may find one or two diviners like that if time continues to be reversed. Like Nostradamus. But he lived in the 16th century. Besides, even Nostradamus is not always right.
But Miss Buaniche is. Thanks to your divination, we're getting closer and closer to that report, right?
You are right! Finding items, interpreting dreams, and making simple prophecies. All these things are just a breeze for the bright and clever Matilda. But inquiring about the storm is beyond my ability, and it will only bring misfortune. I will never make such a stupid mistake.
马蒂尔达又恢复了意气风发的神色。
In fact, this half of the report and the handwriting of the author are perfect divination media. Besides, our target is not far away from us, and I'm familiar with the surroundings, which have made things much easier than usual. It is true diviners can improve the accuracy and controllability of their gnosis by practicing repeatedly, holding the rituals properly, and making targeted preparations. But that still doesn't mean the result will be absolutely accurate.
苏富比似懂非懂的点了点头。马蒂尔达一面解读着水晶球的日照，灵巧地带他再次过了一个弯。
The report says that person who mentioned the school of numbers claimed she was enlightened about the year of the next storm. Is that also by divination?
I am not sure what kind of arcane skills they used, but numbers are indeed a kind of omen too. I am not talking about the specific knowledge of mathematics, but the numbers themselves, because they are even more abstract than images and languages as kind of symbol. Even so, there is no way for us to verify this prophet, unless it really comes true. That is also why it takes almost nothing to spread a prophecy. My mother told me many people in the outside world write to the Foundation every day, claiming to be prophets who can predict the doomsday and thus requesting unemployment benefits.
The doomsday? Unemployment benefits? Oh my! The outside world is far more wonderful than I thought. How fascinating! Miss Buaniche is even greater than I expected.
You bet! Wait, did you mean I was not the greatest?
这一篇章有点长，我还以为差不多。 玛丽尔达收回水晶球，在一扇没有门牌的木门前站定。BHO 活动中心的隔壁间，这是预兆指示的最终点。
Here we are, Miss Sotheby. Now, this is the moment to verify the result of my divination.
他轻轻推开了门。这边也有小径。
If you look at the ground after the rain, you can often see a wet, long trail. At the end of the trail, there may be a snail slowly crawling forward. Yes, forward. The snail marks the direction for us.
12点了，让我
But
速
what if
读
we
一下。
don't see any snails at either end? How are we going to distinguish the direction to the future from that to the past? Criterion. Well said, darling. To figure something out, you always need to make deductions based on fact. What you see is not necessarily true, but what is logical is, because we haven't witnessed or experienced anything illogical so far. This point was firmly believed by those researchers who worked in the house like canned sardines. It remained true to them until the first drop of rain rose. The sardines suddenly found that the knowledge they possessed, whatever they used to mend the can, there was still a crevice left between the inside and the outside. The chaos didn't last. If it really was the rain that swept away the snail and messed up time, then we should look at the silver lining. Does it mean we will find out the truth of time once the secret of the rain is revealed? There has never been a shortcut like this one, since time is only an intangible concept. So then, observation stations were built all over the globe. The staff learned how to collect and keep the valuable samples efficiently, in no time. The little boxes they used to store the raindrops are still being upgraded even now. Order and silence were brought back to the labs. Every piece of gear was placed back on the right track. It was a grand feat, and no one could have accomplished it inside this huge, cumbersome machine, except another machine. She took no sides and sought only predictable results. That's why she made a decision as soon as she read that report and its attachment on her desk. The former was about a delicate component which flapped like a butterfly in. Then she stored the information on her hard disk and destroyed the report. And the paper which claimed to have recorded the locations where the storm might happen, yes, the one with the butterfly-like drawings, was retained for data comparison. It seems she's satisfied with the result.
"光线很昏暗，到处都堆满了资料柜和文件，以及拉普拉斯风格的古怪装置，像是一个无人使用的杂物间。
Where are we? Lost and found at the racquetball center?
马蒂尔达驱赶着空气中的灰尘，在摇欲坠的文件柜下竟然行走。
The orb showed copper pieces. We need to find something that seems to be locked, but is actually not. Aha! Found it! Nothing can stop the genius, Matilda.
马蒂达，他在一个生锈的抽屉里找到了熟悉的笔记。这份记录显然放在这里很久了。 它的角落早已受潮卷区，所幸自己一览清晰。
The trip to Egypt didn't go smoothly. The ship was hit by a common storm at sea. We were lost in the fog after that, completely off course. Then something emerged from the water. Since the first storm, the Foundation has received frequent sightings of arcane creatures which should have been extinct in history. I had no idea what I was shooting at, even after I emptied the clip.
所以他们也遇到那个海怪。
And I didn't know what to do. Those arcanists brought us back on course. She names the precise longitude and latitude of our location, even without using the sextant in the spare cabin. I wonder how she did that. Perhaps the world did look different in her eyes. Then when I was about to step on a random plank on the ship, she suddenly dragged me back. I thought it was the next second. The plank broke. I was stunned, and asked her how she saw that coming. She just...
Because that plank is deformed like a rhombus.
I was confused. Where is the rhombus? She laughed.
The rhombus can't be seen with eyes. You shall close your eyes, hearken to the teaching of the Supreme Existence, and seize the moment of afflatus.
Of course, I didn't see anything. Nor did I understand what the moment of afflatus was. Perhaps it's just another privilege enjoyed by arcanists. Nevertheless, she reached the correct conclusion in a completely wrong way. Is it really possible? Anyway, she saved my life. But that was not enough to settle the differences between us. She remained rejective to working with the Foundation. And I finally gave up on the attempt to persuade them. My mission on that trip was not to make contact with them. Besides, what we needed was builders of the storm observation system. Not some liars who would only make things worse. As for the shelter they took from the storm, she wouldn't say a word, as if she were dealing with a spy who pried to find out the deepest secrets of the Arcanists. In the end, Hugh mediated between us. He gave me an address in Istanbul to which I could send the letters to contact them. After that, I spent more than half a year in the Egypt office. Things were even worse there than I expected. Some have gone missing after the storm. The people who were supposed to be in the Egypt office, according to the member list stored in the headquarters in 1985, were not there when I arrived. The situation could be caused by the limitations of the transmission of paper-based materials, or because the computer was not yet popularized to every corner of the globe at the time. One minor besides that, the chaos inside Laplace. I learned that someone published the paper Samplings of Global and Regional Chaotic Energy Route Changes. Apparently they secretly used our sampling sites, yet their research direction and conclusion were radically different from Laplace's. The researchers equally divided into two schools. One sticking to the human technology they have focused on. At the time, it was still too early to decide which direction was right, without sufficient experimental data. But many already believed that if time continued to be reversed, human technology would only keep falling into decline. While Arcanum, which relies on personal ability, would rise. It's true that Gnosis cannot be copied, verified by an independent third party, or comprehended through reasoning. Its nature decides that it cannot lay the foundation of science or be popularized to every ordinary person. It takes solid marble to build a castle, not slippery sand. Even so, what harm will it do to rely on Arcanum when the underlying logic of all things has become unreasonable? Before the disagreement was settled, the storm in 1987 was predicted. We were ordered to return to the headquarters 24 hours before its arrival. But the prediction was not accomplished by Laplace. A captive from Manus Vindictae names the precise date of that storm. Our enemies, those lunatic xenophobes, valuing only pure blood, we built observation stations, we made countless deductions, we developed multiple simulation models. We made efforts, we sacrificed life, we did whatever we could. Yet the result was that we didn't find any other regions immune to the storm, except the headquarters and another one in North America. In the end, 95% of the branch members were reversed. 87.9% of the equipment was destroyed, and 100% of our predictions failed. In conclusion, our endeavor brought no achievements. As for the captive from Manus Vindicte, the delirium patient who claims that oracles flowed under his parietal bone, when we asked him how he learns the precise date of the storm, he burst into laughter.
Can't you hear it? Has God left you behind when he spread his grace?
Then, he smashed his own skull with a handcuff. Yes, there was no doubt. He was... But his insane nonsense was exactly the reason we survived the storm again. No matter how unreasonable or illogical it was, or how much a lie it sounded like. So we'd better believe we shouldn't go out in black today because the fish is swimming in the water. We'd better believe in the existence of the non-physical, everlasting, transcendent world where everyone's soul is a number. We'd better believe in the supreme existence which caused the disorder of time by merely casting its shadow. That means the life of individuals means nothing more than rubbish, and the world is but an imperfect ruin, where only the chosen ones will pass the trial, where the rest will be eliminated by the rain. How am I supposed to do that? Finally, I made up my mind to write to her. I didn't expect her to answer my questions. All I wanted was to confirm if she had survived that storm, for the sake of our peaceful talk about the rhombus. Yet what I heard from them was a simple announcement of her death. She died. Then it burned and turned to ashes in a second. On the same day, the first and only timekeeper who just took office, the 12-year-old child, returned alone from the storm. She told us the time in the outside world at that point. And that was how I knew she was right.
It is right in front of you.
What? If there is a God, why are you playing such a prank on us? After we had suffered from the collapse of all the existing orders and the failure of all the great laws. If this is what she calls a glimpse of the supreme existence, the moment of afflatus, do you have to present it in such a cruel way? The last 2 digits in the number of the year after that storm were exactly her name and her number.
那个数字，这次暴雨会回到的年代，20世纪的后2位数，这是他的名字，他的数字。
77.
Oh my god！ 记录就此中断，结果在2个飞扬出去的数字上。
Incroyable! Incroyable! C'est vrai! Quelqu'un a vraiment fait cette prophétie! Ertin and Soneto will be thrilled to know what we found! Well done, Miss Sotheby! You performed as well as a formal investigator! We need to submit this report to your instructor immediately!
玛蒂尔达攥紧纸张，从忘我的激动中扭过头去。那里站着的却不是苏弗比。
What are you doing in other people's rooms?
记录被粗暴地从手里抽走。
This is my personal item. You have no rights to take it.
这个是那个弟弟吗？
Please leave immediately.
Personal item? This is a precious record that should have been submitted to the Foundation. According to Administration and Regulations for Dispatch Personnel, St. Pavlov Foundation Decree number 259, every member of the Foundation, when acting as a field investigator, is required to create a comprehensive investigation report of all their actions and promptly submit it.
And they are obliged to ensure the authenticity, objectivity, and impartiality of the report. No personal bias is allowed in the content.
这份显然没有这样做。
If you have read this report, miss, you should know that it's not even qualified to be filed.
But this is an emergency!
暴雨改革法律通过时间并不长，可以第一时间引用的条文也不多。纪律辅导员拼命地在脑中搜罗着用于反击的条文，而研究员已经激放地抬起眉毛。
I can tell from your uniform, you are a student of SPDM, or this is Laplace. Do you have your guardian's approval to leave the school, Miss Underage Student?
Approval? I don't need that. I am not a student. You are talking to the exceptionally promoted monitor assistant of SPDM. Here is my ID.
马蒂尔达气势如虹地举起了卡片，而对方只是路过他，在专椅上坐下，开始摆弄桌上的椅子摆件。
Did you just ignore a formal administrator of the Foundation? This monitor assistant will report every misbehavior of yours. Every little bit of them.
纪律辅员陷入了难言的窘境，他四处张望，却发现舒服比的身影并不在旁。好在他一手指导的助理已经预先领悟了他所有的教诲。搬开了门外，稚嫩的声音正雀跃地报告着
Miss Moisson, we found that report here. The great Miss Buanish and I discovered some important information. I came to you and Madame Z immediately after we read it. Miss Buanish, why are you confronting Mr. Chair?
哈，苏富比将头往旁一歪，那身后站着2名成年的访客。
I didn't expect to see the second half of that report here in your room, Adler.
这是个不能当作没听到的声音。椅子慢腾腾地转了过来。
Don't call me that, friend. Why not just call me Enigma? Just like everyone else. Relax. I know nicknames mean no harm. But I don't understand. How is a report filled with meaningless words of any concern to you, Madam Z?
It provides information about the Arcanist group Virgin is now dealing with. If possible, please give it to me.
Of course. How can I turn down a request from Constantine's chief of staff? Take it away. I hope you don't mind the mold on it.
研究员并未从转椅上起身，只是随意的将报告往旁边一扬。自己人是温和地笑笑，像是在庆幸对方尚未锈蚀的锋刃。但纪律辅员显然不会容忍这种如此违反规章的行为。
Please pay attention to your manners and do not bring disgrace to the computing center, Mr. Rude.
陌生女士及时拍拍她的肩膀，向门外的方向简单示意。
Ms. Buanish, Ms. Sotheby, you've done a great job. I'm sure what you have found would be of great help to Timekeeper. And I will report your active performance in this mission to SPDM as soon as possible, Ms. Buanish. We need to further analyze the files you found. The first on the scene could provide more detailed information. Let's get out of here.
Contribution exceptionnelle!
年轻的纪律辅员几乎被这个词冲昏过去，再也没有注意到其他话语。
Oh là là, exceptionnel! No, no. Calme-toi, Matilda. I didn't accomplish it alone. Assistant Sotheby also played a significant role. Hooray!
双月小声的嘀咕被巨大的欢呼打断。
That is to say, Miss Buanish, we can start preparing the balloons and flowers for the twist ball.
Speaking of which, this monitor assistant still needs to think about it. By the way, just call me Matilda.
马蒂尔达迟疑地将舒服比热情的双手别开，脚步不稳地迈向走廊。年轻的女孩们吵闹着离开了。自己人士也郑重地收起这份得来不易的报告。 研究员又回到哈转以前的壁垒中，隔着树排布满灰尘和杂物，他慢慢地开口了。
There will be no advance in human technology. You think so? Even thee, Madam Z, has given up on the study of theoretical physics and become a politician.
No. I've never thought of that.
他转向了来时的方向，带着若有似无的笑意。门关上了。吓我一跳，我还以为这边也要直接停在张子之。所有喧嚣的插曲都离开了，这处阴冷的角落又恢复了寂静。研究员叹了一口气，开始收拾桌上杂乱的文件和展会的器械。是因为太过凌乱，才被误以为是杂物间的吗？门口响起了清脆的脚步声。
I am astonished by the fact that you are interacting with others.
这个机器人，这刚刚我觉得有点眼熟，那个剪影。又是一个不征求意见便闯入房间的人。
They broke in.
拉普拉斯总负责人不可置否地耸了耸肩，他已经在走廊上了解到了必要的资讯。
If it was a complaint that you were making, you know it is within your rights to submit an interdepartmental complaint within 7 days after the incident.
Don't bother. That file means nothing to me. I didn't file it because it is a report against the rules. Why bother to submit such a log full of personal feelings and emotional behaviors to our great, rigorous foundation?
Is that so? I am gratified to find that you still have some sense.
I too am gratified that you still have no idea that I was being sarcastic.
Oh, that was sarcasm.
Never mind. What do you want from me, Madam Lucy?
怎么了鱼？阿黑怎么了 ？CS 遇到鬼，这样遇到很强的，是不是？干嘛？直接遇到那个职业选手，然后直接把你们打趴这样。研究员弯下腰，开始检视那些因无人关心而躺在地上许久的凌乱纸张。哦，演都不演的那一种，哎呦，也不是没听过。这是他最高规格的迎宾礼遇。
You went all the way to this dusty, rundown place so hurriedly that you even forgot to put on that pathetic mask. This is not because of some old files, I assume.
无脸的机器微微颔首，似乎在赞同这番话的合理性。
Certainly. I hope you can be the cryptographer of the Manus Vindictae's ritual. You are still the best.
You are asking me, a human, to decode the ritual of a pure-blood arcanist group? I don't see how I'll be helpful to this project.
You cannot evaluate your own level of being of value, Adler.
研究员头也不抬，只是继续把更多参会文件摊在桌上。
Well, you evaluate our value. Test us in experiments you set. Prove the hypotheses by exhaustion. Make mistakes and start all over again. You question not what is ahead of you, nor whether the path you've taken will be regular or easy. The only idea you planted into your little brain is to move forward, to improve.
Thank you for your compliment. Credit goes to everyone.
That was not even a... Miss Mirgar. Guess you agree. A life without creativity is not worth living. And that's the life that I wake up to every day. I'll never be able to combine human technology and Arcanum. And I'll never comprehend even the slightest part of it. I am useless to you. I don't expect someone made of tin to understand a human mind. But I beg of you, leave me alone.
机器并未理睬这番情绪化的发言。
The work of analyzing the masks of Manus Vindicte did not go well. A side effect occurs in the researchers, and it is getting worse. The isolation wards on the basement level are overwhelmed.
What a scene. Have you aborted the experiment?
Not yet. We have conducted the Arcanum imaging experiment on the masks, and found a component which also exists in the raindrops of the storm. But knowing what it is composed of does not help explain how it works. What we're looking for is the original ritual that the Manus cast on them.
You are trying to figure out one's career planning from one's physical examination report. Now, even if somehow you manage to find the original ritual, you still need a proper environment to test it, which is the outside world with a coming storm.
研究员的眼睛里闪烁着疾风的智慧光芒。
That's why we can't tell if we're getting results. Even if we had the right ritual, proper permission from the Foundation to travel, and strong-minded volunteer subjects, experiments performed in the Ivory Tower won't succeed because...
An experiment about the storm can only be done in a storm. Glad to see your brain is not rusty yet. It only took you 3 sentences to draw the conclusion which took the seminar a week to reach.
我一直在看了露西的那个她的工作证，她工作证上面看起来不是现在的这个发型。
That proves you are capable of the project.
太嚣张了。总负责人将一份档案放在桌上。
The history maintenance team has forecast different critical points of this storm. Foundation investigators are on their way. If Manus Vindicte still plans to accelerate the storm, like what they have done in 1929, there will be a high possibility that their people will show up at the transformation point of history and society, also known as the critical point of time, the center of the storm. Your sister, Greta Hoffman, is also one of the investigators.
霍夫曼
I have no interest in any Hoffmans other than myself. We have different perspectives.
It is okay. I am just here to inform you that if any of the investigators successfully send the information of the ritual back, the research about the immunity of the storm will be conducted immediately. Take your time and be mentally prepared. But once the storm alert is issued, we only have 24 hours to verify the feasibility of the ritual. I wish you will be fully prepared by then.
他迈着钢铁的脚步离开了，并未留下任何拒绝的空间。研究员将目光移向了放档案上，最上方的那张照片面容还算熟悉。他拉开抽屉，从中拿出一张产页，这是3位交出的最后一份密码。
One thing is for sure now. The age of humans has come to an end.
Okay.
All right.
可以再升上去，就是材料还不够。
I don't like to resort to violence, but sadly, these are counterproductive. Glad to be of service.
A tooth for a tooth.
Just as I would.
Police's number. I'll carve it on your face.
Intriguing, isn't it?
For an eye.
Just like real diamonds.
Go to hell! Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Glad to be of service, my lady. Intriguing, isn't it? Just like real diamonds.
Don't worry, you won't cry too!
Bravo! Time to glad to be of service, my lady. Fragrance and dazzle can easily confuse one's vision. I'm sorry for you. Just like real diamonds.
Go to hell! A tooth for a tooth. Feel its pain and know its regret. You won't cry too! Police's number. I'll carve it on your face.
Using troops?
This trial is mine.
Just like real diamonds. Bravo!
Prego!
Just like real diamonds.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Just like real diamonds. Just as I would. Fragrance and dazzle can easily confuse one's vision. Just like real diamonds.
You won't cry soon! Interessante, interessante!
Pay for thy sins
Go
with thy
to
blood.
hell! Police's number. I'll carve it on your face.
Now, to divide the spoils. Or should I say, a reasonable...
哎呦，居然升级了！但我先把
Raindrops never
荒
actually
野那边
fall.
升一下。
They
反而到处有点不够。
This trial is mine.
Just like real diamonds.
把它打一打。
Just as I would.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
I'll carve it on your face.
Sadly, these are
Go to hell!
Feel its pain and know its regret.
你明天的直播精华有了，行啊，这样我还没看。毕竟现在的话，声音会被肉进。
Fragrance and dazzle can easily confuse one's vision. Sadly, these are
Interessante, interessante!
with my blood.
Police is number. I'll carve it on your face. Viva il mio maestro!
Raindrops never actually fall. They are motionless at the... These people next door are really noisy.
2场的话应该是不够吧，毕竟好像做一个景色就要耗20个紫色，还是有糖果？没有。
I don't like to resort to violence. Sadly, these are counterfeits. Accidents happen, just as I meant.
Pay that I sinned with my blood.
Just like real violence.
Pay that I sinned with my blood.
Just like real violence.
Resistance is futile.
Fragrance and dazzle can easily confuse one's vision, just like real violence.
Go to hell! Police is number. I'll carve it on your face.
Yay! A perfectly executed exercise!
居然有，还有，那应该可以。
Raindrops never actually fall. They are
按剩下的之后再找时间把它给弄打一打就行。差2个。GG。好，他过来了。
I don't like to resort to violence. Just like real violence. Accidents happen, just as I meant.
Pay that I sinned with my blood. Resistance is futile.
Sadly, these are
Feel pain and know with regret.
just like real violence.
现在就顺便来讲一下看这个那明天的话就是看他会不会更新新的剧情，有的话就是再接着看。抽6的部分，我是觉得应该没什么太大的希望吧。我是不觉得6能够抽到。黄群也没有抽到，6的话就是至少。正反归来的保底没有 没有碰铁膏了，只能这样讲。OK， 那就这样了，感谢各位，大家拜拜，晚安，祝各位有个好梦喽。